complimentary bottles right now. Just send them a text.
Text CAR to 321-321 for your complimentary bottle of new Nugenix Total T2. Text now and you'll also get a free bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our most powerful fat incinerator. That's CAR to 321-321. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. Product not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. And Doug, Jackson has prepared a smorgasbord with this Stiefel dossier.
Okay.
It's a tradition unlike anything else on Mondays. Chris Kerber at 8:15, Gabe DeArmond at 9 o'clock. James Carlton joins us in studio in the 10 o'clock hour. The question I have for you, though, after hearing that Stiefel dossier, is the following. Who are you going to walk across the square dance to and pick for your Sadie Hawkins? What's the lead?
What's the lead? What do we have to pick from?
John
Cardinals
Cena's career?
Probably not that, no.
Why not?
Wow. Really?
Yeah.
I mean, can you believe what Hunter Hearst Helmsley did with his final match?
I can believe any of it because it's all just made up and it's written out beforehand. So sure, I can believe
The crowd was stunned, and people took to social media to complain about it.
What were they complaining about?
Jackson?
About what? This John Cena thing?
Is this because he went out with a loss?
Well,
Is that what
spoiler.
If you recorded it, I apologize. He went out with a loss, which is kind of like, was it like The Sopranos and Seinfeld? Like the ending was kind of debated heavily.
You have been debating it with whom? You were on. I saw you were online, and you were debating the.
I wasn't. I'm just now hearing about this.
Are you shook?
No, I'm not shook. I guess the big thing is I could care less. That's the main gist of my point.
The problem is that's my answer for a lot of the headlines.
You know?
Yeah. So therefore, the question then becomes, what is the lead?
Well, I think as of yesterday, it was probably the Cardinals adding a player, but now it's probably Mahomes going down. The Chiefs dynasty is over.
Wow.
I think that's probably it.
Our team, Martin. What a team, what a time, what a town. 250 miles to the west, trending upward. Kansas City. But it's in Missouri, so it's our team.
Club.
That's right.
Well, we see him every week, so it's getting a little easier to follow. I don't have anyone else to really root for at all. Not like I root for them. I'm just interested to see what they do because they've kind of been America's team here for the last 5 or 6 years at least.
Is that your lead tonight, Doug? Channel 4, 5 o'clock?
I don't work there anymore. I don't work there.
Since when?
2021.
Are you sure?
Yes, positive.
And then when did you go to Channel 5? When did that begin?
That was just like a 5-minute thing.
Okay. And Costas watched it online.
Which is an upset.
Yeah, that is. That was paying
Who had that on
1,000
a bingo card?
So John Cena is the lead. Okay. All right. We've arrived.
Okay, so what happened to the guy that makes this the lead? Yeah.
Jackson just reacted like he...
There's a bug. There's a bug on my escape key.
What kind of bug? It looks like a gerbil.
That could be the lead.
It's a huge bug.
That is a monster bug.
It's a stink bug.
Oh,
Are you
no.
sure?
Yes, those things
is.
are crazy.
And if you kill it, the studio, you think you're sideways with Jamie Rivers now.
Kurt, can I?
Are you afraid
Can you
of
get
it?
a cup?
He seems.
I'm not afraid.
You want to be on the
Holy
YouTube channel right now and watch this because Jackson live on the air is going
Look
to
at this. He's shaking. Tim, he's shaking.
Yeah, you
Get over
are.
here.
Why are you trembling, bro?
I'm chilling. Relax.
It'll fly. It'll fly like an eagle.
I think you got to
It'll
squish
fly
it.
like an eagle.
Go for the
Get over
squish.
here.
I think it might be in the cup. The gerbil is in the tube. The gerbil is in the
No,
tube.
you're celebrating on the 10-yard line, son.
Relax.
It's
Piece
not
of paper, please, Kurt.
Look at this. It's like
This
a
is a
science
surgeon.
experiment.
What a treat for the YouTube viewers. YouTube.com/TMASTL.
I'm gonna need a real piece of paper.
Just squish the thing.
Relax.
No, it squishes, then it
Relax.
smells.
He's telling
Relax.
Tim. He's telling me to relax, and he might be soiling himself because there's a small bug on the
It's
keyboard.
like you were standing over a 4-footer for $1,000.
Listen, none of you
Will this
are the
affect
man in the
drops?
arena right now.
Will this affect the drops?
It was going to if it stayed on the escape key like that.
No.
Is it big enough to stink up the whole studio? It's a tiny little bug, isn't it?
Wow, watch this. What a treat here for the listeners driving in who wanted to hear a thorough breakdown of the Blues and Blackhawks. Chris Kerber with us at 8:15. Braden Shen, Connor Bedard. Will we ever forget where we were?
All right.
Okay, Kurt's got it.
Sweet.
Kurt's got it.
974. Jackson, how proud of you for that? I mean, that was exacting surgery.
Thank you to Kurt for helping out there. That was huge to help get rid of that thing.
You would have thought there was a snake in here.
You really?
Well, that was a stink bug, and if that would have died in here and stunk up the place, you would have been over there hemming and hawing.
I don't know.
So we took care of it. It's teamwork.
Kurt likes to stir things up. I have a feeling he's just going to throw it in the Riz studio. Just knowing.
Radio Wars.
they're not there.
Radio Wars. Oh, yeah, they're not in. Riz has it all figured out. I want that to be announced. Now, we're at war with him. However, he did his last show until January 5th this past Friday. God bless him. I doff my cap. I'm wearing a stocking cap.
That's almost a month off.
Hey,
Are they in the? Do they do a best of? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Jackson kind of high-pitched. Do you hear that?
Yeah, like, what do you think, dumbass? Okay.
Oh.
Got it. You take care of one bug, and now you're wearing the belt.
Bunch of manly men in there. That's from Libby, Jackie DiCaprio, and the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, who now has an Illinois avatar.
Yeah, well, the time is near.
It's like he was the crocodile hunter or something.
Bethune-Cookman avatar 24 hours ago, I guess.
Dub.
The worst non-conference schedule in the history of college basketball, Doug.
Really rough. What do people want? The bug has been taken care of.
It just seemed to become quite a thing.
Yeah, it was a thing for a second. And took care of it.
All right.
I didn't see any of you lift a damn finger. Kurt sprung right into
It
action.
was on my computer. I don't touch another man's computer.
My course of action was not approved by the group. I was going to squish it to death and remove it via napkin. But
What a little Nancy! They don't bite! Pick it up with a napkin and throw it in the toilet. No wonder this guy's never had sex. He's scared of a bug.
gosh.
That's from Beer Cats, Doug. You remember he had the relationship with Hot Wife Autumn.
Wasn't scared at all.
He did well for himself down there in Crystal City.
And I'm sorry, Beer Cats, I'm going to need further clarification. When you meet a woman and then you get romantic, are there bugs involved? Is that what I heard?
Doug, Triple H was the same guy who thought the Montreal screw job was a good idea. That's from the clever name texter.
Okay, I got to do more show prep.
Good for you for acknowledging it.
The Montreal, that was Vince McMahon doing something to somebody.
Was it Bret Hart and Shawn Michaels?
Okay.
I mean, if this is going to be the lead, we got to really delve into it. Take calls on it, too. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. John Cena's final match ends in submission hold to, do you say Gunther or do you say Gunther?
I don't know who it is, Tim.
And
Was he the friend on Friends that would hang out at the coffee shop? Was it Gunther?
Gunther, yeah. We were down there and he always
looked like a guy
wanted
who'd
to
be
play for
afraid of
Rachel and he thought he could get it. No.
He looked like a guy would be afraid of a stink bug, didn't he, Gunther?
Man.
No offense.
Jackson's he's not even turning.
I'm not
to
even
you.
acknowledging it. I wasn't scared at all. I acted quickly and took care of it.
Oh, look, another lib who won't kill a bug. That's from Lady Sonia's teacup.
Was this
How
a
did
political
politics
thing?
be?
Yeah.
Whatever. I don't know what people want. I took care of it.
Well, Kurt did.
Kurt helped.
It took two of you.
Martin's like, oh, it's a bug, and continued to sit. Continue to sit over there and sip.
Who would have
Sit and
thought you
sip
would
is what you did.
I was
Who
afraid
would have
of
thought
my
you needed help?
Yes.
I didn't need help. Well, I got some help.
Okay.
I thought I might get whizzed on if I went over there.
Yes. Arch told you that? No. Compelling radio, guys. Thanks. Any hoodles, I'm hearing the Colts lost yesterday, but I'm waiting on confirmation from my sources in Seattle. Stay tuned to my whisper page. ASMR ting ting 75. Snip snip, clip clip, squish squish, swoosh, bitches. Sup, Marty? That's from Brian Henshin, who is the Colts beat writer, waiting for confirmation that Phillip Rivers nearly pulled off the upset in Seattle. But Doug, alas, the Sea Pigeons were able to kick a field goal in the end. And Phillip Rivers was not able to get the win. Brian Henshin waiting for confirmation in the Pacific Northwest, despite being the beat writer.
I was not able to watch the game. I wanted to watch that game, but I couldn't. It wasn't on. And I didn't want to pay for NFL subscription or whatever it is to see every game in the league. So some of it's on me, because I did want to see how he played.
You probably were watching the Broncos and Packers
I was?
because of John Vaughn.
Well, he wasn't there with me. I was just interested in that game. It's a pretty good game. That Bo Nix has really become a heck of a quarterback.
Yeah,
But
Sean Payton caught a lot of hell when he made that pick.
I wanted to see how Phillip Rivers did statistically. 18 of 27, touchdown, a pick, only 120 yards, but gave his team a chance to win anyway.
Tam Avenue Capital Partners specialize in lighting money on fire in the daily fantasy sports. But yesterday, I was positioned to win, not the millionaire thing, but a substantial amount. And I went Brady Cook at the quarterback spot because I knew it would be inexpensive, and I thought that he would probably get at least a touchdown and run for some yardage, and he did. And that allowed me to afford Puka Nacua, Jamison Williams, and Amon-Ra St. Brown. And they were putting up points like nobody's business at the half. And I go, oh, my God, it's going to happen. You boys wouldn't. I'd be on the Riz schedule. I'd be shutting her down.
Were you?
I'd be enjoying scotch. Yeah. And then for whatever reasons in the second half, the Lions decided to focus on running the ball. I'm not sure why. And that ended my, what was it, champagne dreams and caviar wishes? Caviar dreams and champagne wishes? Mm-hmm.
Who was that guy? Robin Thicke? Robin
Thicke.
No, the guy who did the
Growing
Lifestyles
Pains.
of the Rich and Famous.
Robin Leach.
Robin Leach.
He'd be a good guest.
And he was Mike Leach's older brother. Am I right on that?
Is that true?
No.
No.
This
God,
was
it
an
almost
Englishman.
done.
I'm always screaming, and I don't know why.
And people would let him in the house, or was just aerial view? I'm trying to remember. I guess they'd welcome him in.
It was cribs, but like for Ledoux before it became cribs for like different parts of the area.
It was an interesting show to see how the super rich live. It was a good idea. The problem is, of course, getting the super rich to allow you to come in and show their home.
We finna be rich.
Right, that's what I was thinking at the half. I gathered the family around, called my parents, called my in-laws, and said, hey, we're just some passes to Puka Nakua, Jamison Williams, and Amon-Ra St. Brown away from glory. Settle in. We all finna go on a private jet out of Spirit here in about 5 hours. And then Dan Campbell said, you know what, why don't we try running the ball?
Yeah.
And then the Rams put it to him. And now I'm looking at maybe going to the lake for a couple days over Christmas break.
Well, you can go to Margaritaville down there.
Oh, be fun.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a happening place? Is to Lake of the Ozarks around Christmas break? I don't know.
Why are you laughing at my vacation?
No, I know.
I feel like the summer help might just be hanging out together.
Tim, I also played Brady Cook in Daily Fantasy. That's from Eric in the Central West End.
Well, he did throw
reaching for the goal.
through 3 interceptions.
Sick.
There it is. Just because you did, he did.
Yeah, it didn't necessarily go well, but he was inexpensive, which allowed me the Puka Nakua, Amon-Ra, and Jamison Williams, paired with James Cook, too. We went zigging and zagging on that. But alas, Doug,
Wasn't to be.
I'm going to Margaritaville instead.
Okay, well.
We're going to get on the private plane. But
3 days, 2 nights?
2 nights, 1 day.
You can rent a pontoon boat in one.
Because I paired Brady Cook with the tight end for the Jets, Jeremy Ruckert.
Jimmy might have a problem.
It's a two nights, 1 day kind of stuff.
I believe that's why I rented the pontoon boat that took a nosedive into the lake. I was just driving along in the pontoon boat, and all of a sudden, the front of the boat just went straight down.
And you felt like a rich man at that time?
No, I felt like we were close to jumping out of the boat and start swimming.
Ugh.
And then it just popped right back up, as a pontoon boat is supposed to do.
We got a new text war here in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. You can text in 314-399-9646. Hey, Brian, get a new shtick. That ASMR stuff was funny one time 4 years ago. Isn't it high school basketball season? Get to the keyboard and relieve us all of your bad texts. That's from Wedding Tackle, who I guess has joined Sharon and Clayton in an alliance against Brian Henshin, Colts beat reporter. Okay. So keep an eye on that one as we head toward the holidays here. Brian Henshin versus Wedding Tackle. You can pick a listener you'd like to fight, 314-399-9646. And then you got the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where 164 friends gather to watch Jackson fight off the insect community inside the studio today. And so far, he's 1 for 1. So we'll see how it plays out the remainder of the program. You're also welcome to email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. I got a chance to see that Seth Goldcamp on Friday and talk it over with him. What a gentleman. What a wonderful gentleman. Mm-hmm. And he's got the biggest promotion in TMA history coming up here starting on January 5th. And I am looking forward to seeing who emerges in the Emailer of the Month competition, where Seth is giving away a $10,000 HVAC system and installing it for the winner of the Emailer of the Month. It's Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling, putting on the greatest promotion in show history. Online at designairservice.com. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. I'm a client. If your furnace was not working this weekend, oh my goodness, were you in quite a situation. Doug, it was colder than all get out yesterday. And it's not like it's warm this morning.
No, but it's going to get warmer as the week goes on.
Here we go.
Hopefully. So hopefully your furnace will hold up this weekend.
16 right now, but 51 tomorrow.
Yeah, if you had gone to Design Air, as we urged you to do, and had them come out and do maintenance, you wouldn't even have to sweat it, because that's what they do. They make sure that your furnace is ready to go when the really cold weather hits, and it has been here lately. I hope you're okay. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. When they come out, you're never going to be sold something that you don't need, whether you're dealing with the cold or the heat. They've got your back with dependable service and no pressure solutions. It's a business that's been around since 1904. 121 years now they've been serving the St. Louis area. Visit designairservice.com. Schedule your service today. That's what I've done. That's what all of us have done here the last couple of years. No problems with my furnace. Thank you so much, Seth, and his fabulous team of handsome repairmen. You say, who? Well, guys like Larry the Silver Fox, the dashing Steve. There's the bold and daring Adam. You never really know who's going to come to your house, but what you do know is all these technicians have been with Design Air for years. You can't throw anything at them that they haven't already seen. They'll get your furnace up and working probably don't need a whole new service system, but if you do, they'll give you that too. Of course, they're only going to give you what you need. They'll never try to sell you something that you don't need. That's designairservice.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904.
The program is called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Dilladoy. Danny Nee's got that bunch playing well in Lincoln.
Mm-hmm.
Who would have thought Nebraska became a basketball school?
Well, not me. Boy, I never thought I'd see the day. And yet here we are.
Danny Nee will join us coming up.
Oh, really?
Also, Chris Kerber at 8:15, Gabe DeArmond at 9 o'clock, and also on the Stiefel dossier, the design, air, heating, and cooling. Email the day, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Open up your YouTube app and subscribe to the TMA STL channel. Doug, we're at 6,330 subscribers. The goal last week was 6,300. We got to 6,330. What do you want to do this week?
6,350.
You want to add 20?
I think that's a reasonable goal.
Brick by brick by
Yes.
brick.
Uh-huh.
Josh Pate's at 500,000.
Oh, he is.
Yeah.
So we're, 494,000 below him?
Right. But
Okay, let's shoot for another 300,000 this week.
okay. Okay. So let's get it going then. Open up the YouTube app, type TMA STL, and hit subscribe. And you can go in there to talk to Doug's Little River Birch. The TMA remote lamp and the Nipper School Monitor and John Scores and Jake and St. Genevieve. They're all in there, and they all watched Jackson eviscerate a stink bug at about 7:03 this morning. And unfortunately, through the program off track, you wanted to go into the John Cena match and how his career ended. And then secondarily, you said the lead was...
I thought the end of the Chiefs run, Mahomes out for the year, maybe miss some of next year. I thought maybe that was kind of important.
Why do you hate the Blues beating the Blackhawks 3 days ago?
I don't hate the Blues. I love the Blues.
It was a nice response, Doug, what you saw Friday night.
Kind of surprising that they would win that game because the Blackhawks are pretty good this year. And then Bedard got hurt in the last second of the game. That was sad. Hate to see that, even if it's Chicago. It's one of the best young players in the league. Unfortunate injury there.
Freak injury.
Yeah, really. I haven't seen how long he's going to be out, have they said?
I left crowdsourcing 3 years ago.
All right.
Jackson's got it, though.
He got hurt like on the face-off, right?
0.8 seconds.
Yeah.
0.8 seconds.
Like he like
It's just
like Schenner kind of put him on his ass.
He just kind of battled over the face-off, and he talked about it yesterday and said, I'm not trying to hurt the...
Freak
I don't think
accident.
anybody thought he was trying to hurt
The last thing I read on ESPN says there's no update on Bedard, which is kind of odd.
So he wouldn't play the next day, and then he'll be reevaluated today. So
Okay.
I'll have an answer for you, Doug, at some point today.
And there you have
I'll
it.
call you.
So it doesn't sound like it's a heinous injury. It doesn't sound like
Freak
it's a
accident is
broken
what
leg or
Didn't
anything.
play against Wingy Wingy.
Yeah.
He's not making the trip through Eastern Canada, Doug.
Oh, really? Okay.
But this is a Blues town. Blues got the dub. Tonight, it's payback with the Predators. Remember how ugly it was? Doug, on Thursday, it was some pretty bad music in Music City. Let's pay him back tonight. What do you say?
Yeah, that'd be nice. I'm ready to go. Let's do it.
Okay.
All right, pregame here on 101 ESPN, 6 p.m. Puck drop at 7 p.m. I think the story for the Blues was Dylan Holloway getting helped off the ice yesterday at the skate. Luke Korak captured the image yesterday of Dylan Holloway not putting any weight on his leg after being tripped and helped off the ice. That took place yesterday at the Blues skate. Jim Montgomery said he has no idea if Holloway is day-to-day or anything yet. No medical update yet. It is lower body. That is from Luke Korak on the Twitter tweets.
Oh, great.
Yeah, the same day Toropchenko returned yesterday. Holloway goes out.
We'll see Ryan O'Reilly tonight. I think the overall feeling about O'Reilly is he's kind of at the end of his career and not quite the player he was. Do you realize he has more goals and more points than anyone on the Blues? You probably didn't realize that.
I was looking at last
But there's
Thursday
the
when they
stat.
play. I was looking at the stats because we played that audio from him maybe a month or two ago where he was really down about his career, about where he was. Didn't he say something even real reflective about how he hadn't accomplished much?
That was a dark post-game comment.
Yes, and then I was looking
Jackson,
at those
you don't
stats.
happen to have that, do you? I know we played it probably about 3 weeks ago.
Let me take a look.
I don't know how the audio is is saved in the...
It's right under the bug.
It's right under the stink bug.
Do you remember which game, post-game?
Which Predators
It was
post-game?
not a Blues game. It was just Predator. I think it's more than a month ago we played it. He was...
Jackson,
in a
it's
dark place.
sorry, November 7th.
Thank you.
Boom.
Just like that.
The
Yeah,
guy
November
kills
7th,
bugs.
1991 was the Magic Johnson announcement.
I don't know the dates, Tim.
Hey, Tim, speaking of hot guys, I offered Ash up to O'Reilly again last night. The Preddies were all up at Olive and Oak last night, and I asked them to not put up a touchdown on us again. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Grove.
And he
So-
offered his wife to them?
Correct.
It's off the menu.
Actually, I don't know if he offered it to the whole team, but specifically to the Conn Smythe winner. I didn't know report as to where it went from there, but he did say that that he requested that the Predators not score 7 points against the
Don't say
Blues.
points.
Well, he said it was touchdown.
Okay.
I have the Ryan O'Reilly audio.
Oh, here you go.
Disappointing. Yeah, it's just disappointing.
Ryan, what's the most frustrating part about, you guys come out hot and then you kind of just let it go?
Yeah, actually, the chance to take full control of the game. We didn't let them come back in. They pushed back, and it didn't happen. I know for myself, number one center, and just turn the puck over everywhere. And can't make a 6-foot pass to save my life. So we're not going to have much success if I'm playing pathetic like that. So it's stupid. I don't know the answer. I've had one good year in my career, and I don't have any answers. That's for sure.
One good year in his career.
Yeah, he's too hard on himself.
That's what I'm saying. That was like a dark place.
This
I
year's
hated
got
hearing that.
10 goals, 14 assists, and he's playing almost 20 minutes a night.
At the time, they had lost 3 in a row.
Yeah.
They were 16 games into the
But
season.
don't you think that the overall feeling about O'Reilly was, well, maybe he's in the
Kind of washed
near
up.
the end of his
Yes,
career. Yeah, he's
correct.
had his good years, just kind of hanging on. He's a lot better player than that. Be leading the Blues in goals and points.
Well, the Blues need to stave off the Predators because they only are ahead of them by 3 in the cellar of the Central. Or you can look at the wild card, and here we go. Here we go. They're only 4 points back of the Sharks.
That's what I'm talking about right there.
3 points ahead of the Predators and last in the Central, only 4 points back of the wild card.
Okay. A lot of hockey still to play.
3 home games this week, Doug. Monday, Wednesday, Thursday. 3 at home this week. Papers make note. Monday, Predators, rematch. Wednesday, remember that team that scored with 1.6 seconds left?
Winnipeg.
Yes. The
WPG.
Jets. WPG. Wins per game, is that what it is? They're here. We owe them. Doug, you think there's a lot of carryover from that playoff series?
Probably not.
Okay. And then Thursday, friend of the show, Kenny Albert, and the Rangers will be in town.
Who the hell cares about the Blues?
Stop it.
Y'all need to go national. St. Louis sports are garbage. That's from Jay Killa. He doesn't like St. Louis sports.
No.
He likes us, but he doesn't like when we talk about the Blues. That's my interpretation.
That's the team that's playing right now. It's a professional team in our city, and they are playing right
All right, and if you want to go national, every national show right now is saying, all right, what does life after Mahomes look like for the Chiefs?
Nice,
At this
Martin.
point, you got to start thinking, who's next? It's time to move on. Who's your next quarterback? Is Andy Reid going to be there to coach the next guy? Or now we start to talk about who's the next coach of the Chiefs. Let's get into that next. I want your top 5 next coach, and I'm going to need a new quarterback. That's what it looks like to me in Kansas City. It's over. Move on. It's the Broncos' time.
Big time sports talk.
There you go. Right there.
There you go.
Reed's got to go.
Ryan Clark went off saying he was mad that they were giving the Colts gave a start to Phillip Rivers, called it irresponsible. He almost won the game. How about that?
I could have gone pumpkin picking.
How about that?
I could have had donuts down in Lewisburg and cider.
Why would you go all the way to Lewisburg to get a donut? I mean, there's a donut on every street corner, isn't there?
You ever had one of those apple cider donuts? Delicious.
I don't think so.
Apple cider donut? Never even heard of such a thing.
Yeah. It's a whole scene, man.
I think I know.
Is that right? Really? What's
I think
doing?
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, they're just delicious. It's like a very cinnamon-like,
Really?
apple-y
Color me intrigued,
kind
Bill.
of donut.
And they're in Lewisburg.
Got sugar all over
Oh,
it.
you been down in the Lewisburg?
I haven't been to. I have some people I know in Kansas City, and one time one of them posted a picture from this pumpkin patch, and it was in Lewisburg. I almost commented, "Did you get any cider or anything?" I was like, "Oh, I forgot. No one would know what I'm talking about."
Whose audio was that?
Bob Fesco.
He was my co-host after you quit.
I remember that.
Thank you.
And there was an arranged marriage?
It was a surprise to me and the cat.
Hey, a surprise
guest.
The surprise guest
Surprise
got
host.
to stay.
Yeah, surprise
It
host.
wasn't just a phone-in.
Lewisburg, south of Kansas City? Where the hell is Lewisburg?
It's over
I only
that-
want an
over
apple
that
cider
way.
donut.
Yeah, it's on the Kansas side. They're famous for the Lewisburg cider mill that is known for their apple cider donuts.
No
God,
food.
Jackson, you weren't joking, brother.
I'm telling you, they're you'll find. I think probably Trader Joe's or something will sell you one. Pretty good.
YOLO. Tim, my lock of the weekend was Brady Cook over 11.5 rushing yards. He tucks it like many of the listeners do. That's from Steven time. Doug, I just re-listened to the prompter, but I agree with that. I actually think I bet it over 13.5. So Steven time, you did well to get 11.5, but it didn't matter. Brady Cook ran for, I think, 27,
39.
39. Oh, he got another one there at the end. Now, they weren't necessarily in the game. Trevor Lawrence, I think, won the duel. Brady Cook had a touchdown and 3 interceptions, but he did run it, and I loved that number. I need to credit Power Mizzou, because I was reading on Power Mizzou, and somebody pointed that line. I go, oh, God, they're right. He's going to be running for his life, and he will run. And he covered that easily. That's Steven time, astute play, tip of the cap.
Well, in the NFL, right, they don't count sacks as negative rushing yards like
correct.
they do in college. Makes it a lot easier to bet rushing props for quarterbacks.
That was a rare moment where the market just didn't know. I mean, how can you? I mean, he's the 4th string quarterback, so how could they know?
Well, his time is now.
I guess.
Nothing he could have done. The defense will have 48 points. Shout out to Brady.
And how could this guy know that a lot of our listeners like to run it, too? He said,
tuck it.
That means running, right?
Well, sometimes there's a mirror. And you might be wearing some sort of scarf.
And I always say Buffalo Bill, which is a TV character, but it's actually Buffalo Bob.
Right. James Gum.
Who did what other work?
Ted Levine. Was he in The Departed?
Doug, was he in The Departed?
I don't know.
I feel like he was.
I feel like we talked.
He was in Heat.
Yeah, that's right. Talk about it.
Jackson's scared of a little bug. Maybe that's why he doesn't like the sport of ice hockey and prefers the sport with a bigger sports ball, collegiate basketball. Doug, that's from the 636.
It's a hell of a deduction there. Not scared of bugs. The only vermin I would describe myself scared of would be like rats. I don't mess with rats.
Does possum count as a vermin?
Yeah, but how often do you run into a possum, the idea of something like that in my home is what makes me unsettled. Out in the wild, I understand I'm on their territory.
Yeah.
You see a possum late at night, you're driving, and you see him kind of scampering
they're
through the sewer.
They're
Ooh,
disgusting.
and those eyes. Oh, and those eyes.
They're
Watch this.
disgusting.
Scary.
But they eat a lot of bugs. They're actually good.
I'm sure they're great. As long as they're not in my home, they
kinda
can
leave
do whatever
you
they
alone, I
want.
would
If
Right.
they were as cute as a squirrel, you wouldn't think anything of it.
I'm okay with any animal as long as it doesn't bother me in my home
Yeah.
or my place of business.
I had raccoons in my house there for a while. Remember that?
In the attic?
Yeah, 5 of them.
Well, didn't you think it was a ghost for a little bit? Probably a relief.
Well, that was separate sounds that I heard.
Got it.
Would you rather have a raccoon or a ghost in your house? Go.
Ghost.
You'd rather have a
Poop
ghost?
as much.
Oh, yeah.
Like if it's a friendly ghost, I guess. What if it's a ghost with bad intentions? Or a score to settle?
I don't know. Has there ever been
Tim,
a
this is
recorded
what
document?
happens when the Blues are close to the cellar. Mizzou basketball beat Bethune-Cookman a week away from bragging rights. Here we go. We have 1 week to count it down, Papers.
Yeah,
Each
everything-
day, I would like a little breakdown.
Yeah, everything's going great. It's awesome.
Mizzou just has to play somebody before I can even be interested in it.
Illinois.
Talk about Illinois. It's coming up next week. You talk about Illinois.
Was that the Billiken game Friday night? I was interested in that.
Yeah, you were at the wrong game, unless you were there
Saturday night. Saturday night.
So was I.
I thought maybe
They played
Doug went
well.
to North Carolina.
No.
Yeah, for the NC State soccer
You guys
game.
watch that game?
You better believe it. Watch the whole family thing.
Shout out to that goalie, man. The SLU goalie.
Oh, for the PK?
Well,
How do you do?
But there was a corner where he saved it right. A header, saved. Another shot came in late, saved.
Oh, he's the real deal.
He did
They
everything he could.
unfortunately were dominated, and
Yeah.
that was
Yeah.
it was just a matter of time. Doug, watch this. The dam was going to break.
Okay, that's nice.
So the end comes for the Billikens. It was a hell of a run. But NC State just, I think it was 15-0 before, shots-wise, before the Billikens got their first shot. Yeah.
That's not so great.
Yeah.
But fun to watch.
Yeah.
And then Doug and I picked each other up and went to the Billiken game together on Saturday night to watch them take on the Dons of San Francisco.
Great win there.
I was a little nervous early on. Were you a little nervous?
They didn't play well the first half at all.
Right.
And second half, they just dominated.
And especially for those of us who had the over and the over on the Billikens team total. And the Billikens minus 11.5 and an unfortunate series of 2 free throws right at the end, costing us that. But we got the other 2. Not that was what I was there doing.
No, I wouldn't think you would.
You're talking about other fans.
The other fans who may have been doing that.
In your section.
That's correct. Yeah. They got a hell of a team.
They do.
31st in the NCAA net ranking, ahead of Tennessee, Jackson's guy Rick Warrens, ahead of Raleigh Bassabito and Villanova, ahead of 10-1 USC. Billikens in the NCAA net, I think 41 in Ken Palm. All right.
Yep. Net rating of 17.48.
They just don't have any room for error.
It's the unfortunate problem.
I heard Coach Schertz, who was on with Tom Ackerman on the Mighty Mocs on Sunday, and he was talking about halftime, how they made a bunch of adjustments. And he basically said, I know it's cliche, because if you're going to make an adjustment, wouldn't you just do it like we all say, like it's magic at halftime? But he said, for some reason, you just don't get it done until halftime. He said, we should probably, if there's something to fix, he goes, you would think, do it in the moment. Like first half, something's wrong, fix it. He said, but we tend to get it right at halftime, or that's what coaches do. I just enjoyed that sort of self-analysis of all coaches. Like it is cliche almost. Well, they made some adjustments, but they did. They like to play a little small ball. They're not real big anyway, but they've got a lot of depth there. And I mean, just hope that
they run
just
like 2 different lines. 5 come in,
like
5 go out.
hockey.
Yeah. Kellen Thames is, I mean, he's just always the best player on the floor. He's otherworldly. Played 19 minutes. He just is so athletic. He is a hell of a player. I'm anxious to see what happens. You know, I guess on New Year's Eve they have the first conference game. Doug, these are what we call non-cons.
Yeah, don't say non. You got plenty of time to say conference.
But yeah, Martin, they only scored 31 points in the first half and led by 1, which was a small miracle considering they were down by I think 8 at one time, and then they were able to take the lead right at the end of the first half, and then nearly doubled their total in the second half. They scored 54 points in the second half, so a significant increase. And that game was over unless you had the Billikens minus 11.5 or the Billikens team total at 83.5 or the over-under at 155. You got home on 2 of them. Again, I'm speaking second person.
Right, not that it mattered. It does feel like Schertz is doing the same thing here that he did at Indiana State, which is to build a team that looks like it might be the class of its conference. It can be a contender, possibly to get in the tournament.
Yeah, so if you're despondent about the state of the local teams, there's a team right there to keep an eye on. There's a team to keep an eye on. And they're super fun to watch. I think they're the real deal. I'm anxious to see what happens when they start playing some.
It's a fun atmosphere there at the game.
And Nick Vaughn had the putt, Martin. They do a putt
out
across,
the court?
across the court. And Doug, how did it go?
So it's what, about 115-foot putt
Jackson
or so?
would know. He's
from the end of one baseline all the way to the other baseline.
94 feet.
Well, yeah, but it was even farther back than that.
Like it uses the paint behind the baseline. So probably
another
110 feet. Yeah.
And you had to putt it into a little hole that was about 8 inches wide.
Right, it's like a gap.
What's the prize?
They said it was 2 years of a free rental car.
Oh, nice. Like a lease?
I guess.
That's a pretty good deal.
Yeah, that's
he missed it.
Deal.
He missed it. So he had to walk home.
He left it short.
Walk home.
It was cold.
Walked home.
It was cold, but you got to make that putt.
Yep. Well, we didn't get the car, so you got to walk.
The guy at halftime made a layup, a free throw, and a 3-pointer. Got $400.
It's a nice hit.
I actually saw that video. Didn't he airball the 3 like a couple of times, and then he got one more shot?
Dialed it in, Martin. He dialed it in.
Drained it.
Hey, guys, I saw Tim at the SLU game again this weekend, and I couldn't even muster the courage to say hello. That's Big Tuft.
I saw all kinds of people, including Anthony Bonner, who I hadn't seen in quite a few years.
And they went and beat Lou Cornasecca and St. John's at the NIT.
Okay, I think they did.
You just talked about not doing show prep, and then we talked.
Well, gosh, this was back, 88, 89?
Anthony Bonner still has quite a presence. You know,
Yeah,
when
he
you're
does.
around him, he's a big man.
Mm-hmm.
I think his son is a superstar high school athlete.
He said he
Lost
played
track.
at Cardinal Ritter?
The son?
Yeah. Anthony said that's where he was helping to coach now.
Okay, well, maybe he's in town. He was in Georgia. Mm-hmm. Highly talented player. Mm-hmm. Brock Bonner. Looking into this. We'll get those answers for you.
Okay.
Doug, you like this?
Crowdsourcing.
Heidi Ho Boys? Do you like that? Do you like
I
that?
don't mind it.
Because it's kind of
really
folksy.
kind of friendly.
That's what Wilson would say in Home Improvement.
There you go. Heidi Ho, boys. As always, Tim is so on the money. Kellen Thames is a bad, bad man. That's Mary Jo from Missouri. And now the audience is 64% women, according to the research.
64%?
Yep.
Because of all the beefcake in here? Could be.
Hello, Mary Jo.
Hi, Paul. I want you to start seeing Coach Eli Drinkwitz as a young Coach Nick Saban.
You had a Mary Jo drop.
Exaggerating a little
How
bit.
did you have that? Was Stedman-esque.
Genesis of that name, Mary Jo from Missouri. I like the way Paul.
So you don't think this is like a lady in her 60s who just loves this show and all the double entendres that
No.
she has to explain to her kids or maybe grandkids?
No,
You
I think
this is a guy?
I think it's a guy.
Doug!
Hello, Mary Jo.
So
That was a guy.
Paul's so fired up to hear from her. That's what I like about it.
Doug, I think you're right. It looks like Brock Bonner is, in fact, at Cardinal Ritter. I know he was playing in Georgia, but he's a junior, 6'7" junior at Cardinal Ritter.
And a big-time player?
Yeah,
Must be.
that's what I remember from the Georgia days.
Thank for responding to my text clowns. That's from Jay Killa.
Okay.
And he was not happy that we talked about the Blues.
Well, why would he be so unhappy about that?
I don't know. I just am telling you what I read.
Okay.
In the prompter. You can text in as well with your grievances about talking about the Blues. 314-399-9646. Open up your YouTube app. Doug wanted to get us to 500,000 subscribers, and if that can't happen, 6,400. And you open up the YouTube app, you type in TMA STL, you subscribe to the channel, and then you're in there and you're watching the program and you're talking it over with other TMA listeners like Too Fat to Kayak, Jock Horror, and the Lake St. Louis Engineer. They're all in there with Kevin at the lake, and they're talking it over.
Okay.
That is the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where friends gather. Michelob Ultra, 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. The holidays are fast approaching. Hello again, everybody. Doug, it's amazing. We are just 10 days away from what you call prominent winter holiday.
I call it
to not
Christmas.
offend anybody. I will call it Christmas because I'm not afraid. And hopefully people have some time off to spend with friends and family. And wouldn't it be nice to enjoy a Michelob Ultra? 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. Long-time TMA sponsor. And also the sponsor of our Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Is Jay Killa the guy who kept calling someone Piglet, or was that guy's name Piglet? Thanks.
Different
That's
guy.
from Martin Jackson, you have the accounting?
Different guy.
This is the
Jay
guy
Killa's
upset that we're talking about the Blues?
That's correct.
Jay Killa, good people.
Can you imagine tuning into a St. Louis-based sports talk show host, and you're upset that they're talking about the one professional team that's currently playing its season?
Sounds like you want to go with Jay Killa.
No, I don't want to go with him. No, I don't want to see him, really.
My girl Bill.
Earlier, Jay Killa said, sucks, y'all have nothing to talk about. There's always something to talk about.
Blocking. You hear the thing about apple cider donuts?
You can learn by listening to this show.
Chris Kerber's going to join us at 8:15. Jay Killa, I suggest tuning out there. If you do not want to hear a Blues conversation, the Colonel will join us at 9 o'clock. And he's got himself a little situation, and it's got nothing to do with basketball, Doug. It's a football situation. Wait till you hear what is doing in Columbia and perhaps parts beyond. We'll have that for you. Coming up, it is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Michael's Flooring is online at igotfloored.com. If you are in the market for flooring, we would like to recommend Michael's Flooring. Michael's Flooring has been in business in St. Louis, family and locally owned, for more than 3 decades. Michael was in here about 3 weeks ago. We had lunch, and man, is he passionate about flooring and taking care of the customers. You can go online right now, get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills. Go to igotfloored.com. His passion really is flooring. When you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. They will take good care of you at Michael's, online at igotfloored.com. It's Michael's Flooring, Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peter's. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update. It's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues back in action tonight, taking on the Nashville Predators. Pre-game at 6, puck drop at 7, right here on your home of the Blues, 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Jackson knows what the lead is. That's why you always look at the Stiefel dossier first, Doug.
And this song gives it away?
Is this Stingray or is this John Cena?
This is the original one. The Stingray one will be coming later.
Oh, God.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. I mean, just stunning result as John Cena. And this is a spoiler alert for those of you who are going to watch it later on today in Ladue. He tapped out and ended his career as, you say Gunther? Gunther?
I don't know who it is, Tim.
Ended John Cena's career
Okay.
on Saturday night. Did that impact the bottle service scene on Saturday, Jackson?
Yeah, everyone was a tear in their eyes.
Do you think that sets up a comeback where, wait a minute, I can't go out like that. Just wait till the next pay-per-view. I'm going to do this again.
I saw some interview where he was like really emotional and sad and introspective about his time with WWE, and I just clicked next.
That was the right thing to do.
I have no patience for that kind of pageantry.
F you! That's from Sir Tripod.
Is that just in general?
I don't know. I read what's in the prompter.
Yeah. Who's taking that personal?
This gentleman is not happy that we haven't talked about the Army-Navy game. Almost an hour in, and yet you, quote-unquote, patriots, have yet to mention the Army-Navy game. Predictable. By the way, I hear your guy is better at tossing salads than he is at tossing coins.
Oh.
It's from the 314.
What does that mean?
Oh,
no.
I think he's speaking of POTUS, who had an unfortunate coin flip at the Army-Navy game.
Oh, is that what that was? I somehow assumed it was an insult directed at Jackson, and I didn't follow it.
No, I think
conditioned.
What happened?
That's right. I have been conditioned to assume.
I saw it. It was kind of a finger roll.
Shot it straight into the sun.
It was kind of George Gervin-esque finger roll.
Oh, George Gervin.
Yeah, nice, man.
He didn't flip it. He just tossed it up in the air.
Yeah, all politics aside, it was the worst coin flip I've ever seen.
It flipped, though, right? Because I've seen a coin toss once. It was with the Packers where the ref didn't flip it. It just went straight up in the air and landed straight down. They're like, no, that doesn't count.
There was concern online that the man had never seen a coin toss before. But yes, we need to talk about it.
That triggered a bunch of coin toss videos for me, and one of them was Jerome Bettis calling tails and the ref insisting he called heads.
Yeah.
I felt really bad for the bus.
Played a role in a Super Bowl, if I'm not mistaken. I don't believe it was in a Super Bowl, but it was a Steelers Super Bowl season. Navy vet here, and I couldn't care less about that game. Thanks. That's from Dino Bravo. Oh, it's just a tradition.
I'm surprised that a Navy
bet the
vet
under
wouldn't
and you cash your checks and get ready for the college football playoff and the two games you're interested in. Unless you want to watch Oregon in a 21.5-point favorite against James Madison on Saturday night. I noticed Fox took it easy on the college football playoff by putting 3 of the 4 biggest markets in the country in action, and then one of the most traditional teams. What do you have? What was it? I know the Eagles are playing the Commanders for sure, and I feel like the Bears are playing somebody of note as well. So you've got Philadelphia, Chicago.
Yeah, Packers, Bears, Saturday night.
Bears, that's it.
Yep.
So the NFL said we shall not be yielding the floor to the college football playoff. The college football playoff's response is, we'll sit in the cuck chair. We'll give you James Madison, Oregon, and Tulane and Ole Miss, and we'll put our 2 games, one on Friday night and the other good one at 11 o'clock on Saturday.
Yeah, the NFL said, we'll take that.
Yeah, we'll be fine.
Yeah.
And so those college football playoff ratings that's going to be rough on Saturday when they got to go up against the NFL and you got those 2 butt-ass games. But Martin sent us in the TMA group chat on Saturday night, and now it's making its way around 24/7 Sports. The Gabe DeArmond of Ann Arbor, Michigan, wrote the following yesterday, Doug.
Okay.
Name was heard in conversation with an agent and with a source from inside the circle of one of the coaching targets, Eli Drinkwitz. Now, I haven't heard that from anyone inside the search, so I have to verify.
Oh, you're making it up.
But it was noteworthy to me that I heard it from two separate people. And that Drinkwitz's recently signed extension didn't change his buyout. It's $5 million, which is a lot less than the other newly signed extensions. That is from 247sports.com, the Michigan page, the Michigan Insider. And so Eli Drinkwitz's name is now mentioned with the Michigan job.
For heaven's sakes. Drinkwitz has got the best agent in all of college football. It's got to be the agent telling people, well, I don't know, Drinkwitz is getting some attention over here. It has to be.
Eli Drinkwitz as a young Coach Nick Saban.
I don't see it.
That's Mary Jo in Missouri. Maybe she's the leak.
Okay.
But what you do, if your name gets floated and it doesn't please you and you're genuinely mad about it, you come out strong. Kalen DeBoer over the weekend. I have not spoken and have no interest in speaking with anyone else about any other job. I am fully committed to this program. Look forward to continuing as the head football coach at the University of Alabama. End of story. Until he gets announced as the Michigan coach.
Mm-hmm. And you'd like to hear Drinkwitz do the same.
Well, I think along the way, it's something we talked to Gabe about. There were some chances to be very definitive.
Maybe he needs those Oklahoma fans to yell at him again.
Yeah. There was chances to be very definitive and slam the door, kind of what I think Kalen DeBoer is hoping to do. And there were chances and it wasn't quite done. And then once the contract was extended and the pay went way up, then we closed the door.
Mm-hmm.
But now the door is open?
So they're going to have to pay him more? Give him another year or two?
I feel like this would get Gabe to hang up. Have the Board of Curators called a meeting for this afternoon? I don't know where Michigan's going to turn. Now that Kenny Dillingham, I think, also has said, I love ASU. And people are like, dude, you're crazy. If you get the Michigan offer, you got to go. And that's Papers guy in Tempe.
Yeah, we got some sound from your guy, Papers.
Wasn't he getting emotional talking about him?
It's not great audio, I would say.
Uh-oh.
Well, it's better video.
Like, what do you mean? Like, what just happened right there?
Right. What the hell?
Has this been tended to?
No.
Well, I think the curtains are they still broken?
Yes, and there's, it's the whole thing.
What's more of a problem, the stink bug on the keyboard or the broken window shades?
I can take care of the stink bug real quick, which I did.
You could use some sunglasses for a Christmas present.
Yeah. I could.
Wearing them in here like Roy Orbison.
Here's Kenny Dillingham. Great. I want to say again, you're just going to have to deal with it.
I mean, I love this place. Like I said,
Come on. Is he gone?
Composing himself.
What the?
Pull it together, boy. Pull it together, boy. Pull it together, boy.
Is that a long enough pause? But this place is it's a special place to me.
That was it.
He's emotional, Doug.
I actually cut. There was much more of a longer pause. It's about a 35-second pause he gave.
As a Michigan fan, drink and kiss my butt. Dude talked crap on Michigan in 2023. That's from Bomb Scon Scoob Yan. Alan Dadeville. The Michigan on 3 board is up in arms over Drink because he trolled the Stallion sign stealing stuff a couple years ago. So now I want to see Drinkwitz go there. That's from Alan Dadeville. And he loves the Georgia Bulldogs. Georgia.
The crying Kenny Dillingham tells me he may be going to Michigan.
Uh-oh.
Because if you really loved the place that much and had no intention of leaving, you would have said, I love this place so much, I'm not going anywhere. I'm home. This is me. You wouldn't start crying about it.
You think he's torn because he's thinking about it?
Yes.
That's an interesting read. Okay.
He's thinking, I am going to go to Michigan, but I'm really sad that I have to leave my home here.
I don't like a man who sniffles when reflecting on his job. That's from Shooter McGavin.
Yeah, I wonder why that would... Is there anything about your job that would make you start crying about it?
Well, imagine if you didn't get to do the show another 10 years.
I'd be in tears.
See?
I actually cried when there was an announcement made. They were bringing somebody on board to run the station. I think I may have cried. Yeah. Pretty sure that happened.
All right, so see, Martin provided an example.
I just can't imagine it. If some station in another city was offering you a lot more money, how you would immediately start crying about that. I don't get it. Is it all performance?
Get you some Kleenex.
I never give up on my
Stop crying.
Okay?
Pull yourself up by the very bootstraps and deal with it like a man. I might get another job. Stop it.
What if Kenny D was standing there and they were holding out the microphones and one of them had a stink bug on it and he got a little scared?
There's still no reason to start crying.
That mopey coach probably gets pegged at home. That's from former fan page moderator Neil Allen Craig Paquette. Can you tell by a guy's voice?
Well, maybe. I think you would only cry if you're faced with the reality that you're leaving your hometown.
I think that's a good take that he's actually took, because if you're...
He's an Arizona State guy.
If you're not leaving, you're like, hey, listen, I love it here. This is great. But if you're tempted and you feel guilty, then you're like, I love it here. You're right. He's thinking about it, Doug.
Yeah, Can someone from Instagram please get back to me about why my account is deleted?
Pedro's having a sneaky good day over there.
He's having a great... I mean, the stink bug thing, he's already won, but now the drops...
They're just on
Where are all the Jackie Paper haters now?
Here they come. F you.
Yeah,
Who's that addressed to? All y'all?
Kalen DeBoer issued a statement yesterday because somehow he was linked to the Michigan job, and I think they were like, why does this keep happening? So, even after he said it regarding the Penn State job, he yesterday issued a statement. My family and I are very happy in Tuscaloosa and remain extremely grateful for the support of, then he listed the various people associated with the athletic department and university. We have an incredible opportunity in front of us, so my sole focus is on Alabama football and our preparations to play Oklahoma in the college football playoff. And he makes it clear, I have not spoken and have no interest in speaking with anyone else about any other job. I am fully committed to this program and look forward to continuing as the head football coach at the University of Alabama.
That's how you handle it.
What about in Columbia?
There you just tell your agent, could you put a story out there somewhere? Could you call some paper or something, some insider, and tell them that my name is being mentioned as a possible successor? Could mean a couple more million, a couple more years on my contract.
So he's going to get another extension 2 weeks after that?
I guess he'll have to, since his name came up again.
Lay it on me, Gabe.
Get the Colonel's take on it coming up at 9 o'clock. And see what he has to say. That is coming your way on the Stiefel dossier. Chris Kerber is going to join us at 8:15. Also in the world of college football, Doug Diego Pavia did not win the Heisman Trophy.
He handled it well.
Yeah. He then posted on the Twitter tweets a picture of him and some of his teammates flipping off the camera and saying, this is for the Heisman voters. That did not go maybe as well as he thought when he met with his advisors and attorneys on how to respond to Mendoza bringing the Hoosiers their first ever Heisman Trophy. And then he did what Jackson always says you should do, go to Twitter and apologize because it'll be well received.
Yeah. Especially in such quick succession. Makes you think like maybe you thought it was a bad idea in the moment.
Now, it's received 4,900 comments. I have not read them. I assume they're supportive and like, okay.
Yeah, you're the man, Diego.
How can you think that's a good idea? F the voters and just... What about gracious in defeat? Mendoza had a great year. You're right there with him.
He makes an incredible speech.
I mean, Mendoza. Like, what?
Right, and
have some class.
And that's the thing. Like Pavia, this time last year was like the great underdog and the great, like, you know, one of the most fun stories in college football. And give it 365 days and a lot of people telling you how good you are. And see how that works.
That's what it is everyone's been telling Pavia. Yeah. You're just the greatest. You've done something no one else has ever done. You're the greatest player ever. And he believes it now.
Right.
It kind of feels like Johnny Manziel all over again.
A little bit.
Well, I mean, and Johnny Manziel was, what do you call him, a spirit animal? He was on the sidelines for some Vanderbilt games this year. He went down to Tuscaloosa, and he was yelling at the Alabama fans. And then Pavia yelled at the Alabama fans.
Doing this thing where he practices taking a knee before the game. Really silly. Wouldn't do that.
He said, being a part of the Heisman ceremony last night as a finalist was such an honor. As a competitor, just like in everything I do, I wanted to win. To be so close to my dream and come up short was painful. I didn't handle those emotions well at all and did not represent myself the way I wanted to. I have much love and respect for the Heisman voters and the selection process, and I apologize for being disrespectful. It was a mistake, and I'm sorry. Fernando Mendoza is an elite competitor and deserving winner of the award. I have nothing but respect for his accomplishments as well as the success that Jeremiah and Julian had this season. So there's the statement that he made.
Sincerely, PR team called in to fix Pavia crisis.
There were some AI hyphens in there.
Some of his numbers were better than Mendoza, but some of them weren't as good. I mean, you could argue it either way, I suppose. But Mendoza is just such a likable guy, just a really terrific guy, it seems, that may have swayed a few people who didn't want to see a smart aleck like Pavia win.
Pavia finished second. Love, Fire Up CB, finished third. And Julian Sand finished fourth. Take a listen to Fernando Mendoza. What a wonderful speech, Doug.
Yeah, he's really something. Go ahead, hit the lever now, Pale.
This is an important one. I want every kid out there who feels overlooked, underestimated to know I was you. I was that kid too. I was in your shoes. The truth is, you don't need the most stars, hype, or rankings. You just need discipline, heart, and people who believe in you. And you need to believe in your own abilities. I hope this moment shows you that chasing your dreams are worth it, no matter how big or impossible they seem. God bless. Go Hoosiers. Thank you guys all.
That's
how do you do it?
Sounds like a future coach.
Yeah, he's something else.
Mm-hmm.
It was a great speech, especially when he talked about his family. And Cal was the only school. He was a 2-star recruit. Cal was the only school that went after him. Then he spent a year there, went to Indiana, and now is the #1 seed in the college football playoff.
He probably regrets not going to Mizzou, if he was being honest.
Nice. Good for you, Mike.
Yeah, he wasn't being honest at all, was he?
Nope.
33 touchdowns, only 6 interceptions this year. Big guy. He'll get a good shot at the NFL. 6'5", 225.
I'd love to see Indiana going on a run here, wouldn't you? Wouldn't that be good?
The Hoosiers would take on the winner of the 8-9 game, which is the Friday night game. That's Roll Tide and Oklahoma. Drink being mentioned with Michigan is nothing more than a leverage play by his agent to lower that auto extension clause from 8 wins to 6 wins. That's from the Hoosier Trojan Horse.
Probably so. There really is something to what Mendoza said about staying with it and not giving up, because so many kids really change from the time they're in high school to college. There's a lot of people still growing a lot. And the player you are in high school or even your first year in college sometimes doesn't look anything at all like the player you become at age 22 or 23 as a junior or senior, or now second, third year seniors. So there really is something to that for athletes to stick with it and not give it up in high school just because they weren't heavily recruited for some reason. Because a lot of guys fill out, they get much bigger, much stronger. It's a good message.
Don't give up.
Yeah. As long as make them pull the jersey off of you. Don't give up, because most people don't think you can play at the next level.
How does Martin feel about being told to F off by that douche? Yeah, Martin, you are a Heisman voter. That comes from Darnell Nurse.
Apology, I would say in this moment, not accepted, but over time, I will accept the apology.
Are you allowed to tell us who you voted for?
I voted for Love, yeah. I just think his historic season, Tim, nothing to do with the local connection there.
No.
It's like the Colonel voting for Ahmad Hardy is third.
I voted Love, Mendoza, Pavia. So to Diego, I apologize because I voted him third. I actually wasn't. After that Mizzou game, I thought, is this guy really a Heisman candidate? And granted, not one game is not the whole body of work.
I thought that as well, but I think that speaks to the caliber of Missouri's defense this year. Jackson, your theory on Mendoza was he had the, I guess you want to call it big game against Ohio State, because as far as dominating, I didn't really see it, but he's the quarterback for the top team, and they won at Oregon, and they beat Ohio State, and that's freshest in people's memories.
Yeah, I think just in a year.
And when Love did play the best opposition that he did, he got shut down by Miami, but how many people remember that? I don't know.
I just think in a year where there isn't like a breakout dominant star, you kind of end up going with the quarterback of the best team. And in fair, like, super clutch moments against Penn State. The catch was unbelievable, obviously, but the throw was great. And then, big third down throw against Ohio State, which was recency bias. So, I think if it was Ashton Genty this year and he did what he did at Boise State, he probably wins. But
How about Love most combined touch? History of Notre Dame. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
Rushing, receiving, 22 combined. It is a shame he got hurt there because the numbers would have been more gaudy.
He was going to run for 350 yards against Stanford, but he got hurt in the first quarter on that one. I don't know if that would have put him over the top, though, honestly, because it's Stanford. Mendoza's speech brought a tear to my eye because it reminded me of Mr. Tim, cut from the freshman football team and now owner of the world's best AM sort of sports talk radio show in the greater St. Louis area. Man, what a story. Thanks. That's from Brian Henson, who covered Fernando Mendoza and the Indianapolis Colts. He covers Mendoza and Phillip Rivers.
So when he says, man, what a story, the story is you getting cut from a no-cut football team.
And somehow and baseball. Don't forget those.
And somehow becoming a part of a radio talk show?
Correct.
Well, maybe later in the show. Later in the show, Tim, you give a speech. I send Papers a lot of clips over the weekend.
I let him have the weekend off from me sending him clips.
Well, I filled the void. I definitely flooded the zone. And I didn't watch or look at it, but they said Ohio State, that Julian Sand referenced the fact he had one reporter at his press conference.
That became a social media phenomenon, so then he was asked about it.
So was there audio or was it just a story? I don't know what I sent you, to be honest. I just started rifling away all weekend. Oh, this would be good for Papers. Here we go.
I didn't see any audio associated with the movie.
They had one person.
It was one guy in a sport coat with his phone pointed at him.
Oh, God bless him for being there.
Sure.
Jackson, can we all donate to get you some coverage? It looks painful on the YouTube, man. That's from the bastard James.
Pretty brutal
Hahn.
right now. I'm not going to lie to you.
They're concerned you may go blind.
If I turn towards Tim, I really cannot see anything.
Which is going to be a problem because the drops are to your right.
Wow.
Well, I can hide behind that monitor, but
what if during a commercial break
ahead,
I were to go to my car and get some sunglasses?
Then I look like a douche.
Well, who cares if you're going blind?
Well, I'm not going blind. This is hard to. It's just uncomfortable, and I know I look ridiculous on the YouTube chat.
Oh wow, yeah, I just one looked at it.
Well, it's like, I look like I look.
It looks like it's like nuclear.
Yeah, like I'm blowing up.
You are, in a matter of words.
Yeah, I guess figuratively.
For the love of God, please, someone get powder some blinds. Jesus, that's from Big Tuft.
Yeah, this really sucks.
You can email in on Jackson being eviscerated the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. That comes your way at approximately 10:45, and we are only just a few weeks away from Seth Goldcamp's huge giveaway for the design, air, heating, and cooling email of the month winner in the month of January. Somebody is going to win a $10,000 HVAC system installed by Design Air from Design Air. Get your reps in now because it's going to start counting big time on January 5th when the show returns from holiday break. Chris Kerber going to join us coming up next. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Hey, Missouri, if you haven't heard by now, FanDuel Sportsbook is live in the Show Me State, and they're kicking things off with an offer that is tough to beat. Right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets, win or lose. Whether it's football, basketball, hockey, or more, you can bet it all on an app that's safe, secure, and super easy to use. So download FanDuel today or head to FanDuel.com/Missouri. And join the excitement. And Martin, you gave us a winner last week. Do you have a winner for this week?
Well, I was on a roll that I stepped in it with that Predators home game against the Blues. I went under. That was both low-scoring teams. Now we have a rematch tonight. Over-under is 5.5. I've learned my lesson. I'm going to go over tonight.
We're going over.
The Blues have a tendency to give up a lot of goals. I hate to say it, but maybe we get a little rematch-esque. Let's go over tonight.
Over on the Blues and Predators.
5.5.
So download FanDuel today or head to FanDuel.com/Missouri and join the excitement because Missouri It is time to play your game with FanDuel. Must be 21 or older and present. Missouri. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com.
Hey, you know, you're driving around town and you see those orange vans with the penguins on them. Starting to recognize those more and more, aren't you? Those are the classic Air Care vans. They've got over 100 of them total on the road. They can get to you within 24 hours. They're open 7 days a week with after-hour techs on call. That's classic Air Care. They know that when something breaks down with your furnace in your house, especially during the winter, they know it's inconvenient. They know you want it fixed as soon as possible. They know it creates worry and stress. Well, they're here to help you with it. So if something goes wrong with your furnace, call Classic Air Care. Again, they can get to you within 24 hours. They're open 7 days a week. And in the meantime, if you've been looking for a new unit, well, those 25C tax credits are coming to an end. Customers can earn up to $3,200 in tax credit with the purchase of energy-efficient equipment. Now is the time to do it. They are professionals. They've got people with over 45 years of experience working on every kind of unit. And all you need to do, even if it's not broken, have them come in and check it and maintain it so it doesn't break. And you can do that with one of their super tune-up programs as well. It's Classic Air Care. They've been making people comfortable since 1926.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you, and Jackson Burkett. Now Doug has a hood on to try to block the sun from him. How's it working, Papers?
It's better. We're going to fight through this.
I gave you some great red sunglasses. I'd love to see you wear those a little bit.
Sam Ace Rothstein at the end of Casino
There.
Mart. Look at that.
He looks
that looks good.
Charles Nelson Riley.
What a treat. And,
these are
you got to
really-
go to the YouTube channel to watch it.
It's like really red. Like these are.
Well, they're
very-
red. They appear to be red.
I feel like
tinted.
I'm on Mars. I don't like this.
It's a fabulous look, though.
Yep. That's a treat for those of you on the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. You're going to be rewarded handsomely. Open up the TMA STL channel on YouTube, and you can watch Jackson in his red sunglasses as he battles the sun. Joining us right now on the Collier and Thompson phone lines here on 101 ESPN for his traditional Monday appearance on the program, Chris Kerber with us on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Kerbs.
Morning, guys. How are you?
Wonderful. How are you doing, man?
Doing good. Game day today, 3 games this week before we head out of town, so it'll be a busy week.
I wanted to get your whatever you could tell us about what took place with Dylan Holloway yesterday at the skate. I saw he's helped off the ice.
No idea.
Okay.
I saw like you guys did. I was not there. Had some family stuff yesterday, so we'll get the update on him today. I've always wondered, a player goes down, right, and then coaches meet the media, and this is just a general one because this happens in every single sport. Then the media come out and they go, "Hey, what's an update?" And the coach goes, "We don't really know yet," or "I haven't talked into it." And like, do you really think that happens?
That they haven't spoken
Like,
yet.
really, yeah, that they haven't spoken yet, or that they don't have some kind of an update.
Yeah, I would agree with you. It's a kind of a get out of jail free card in football. The big one is to say, "Yeah, I haven't watched the tape yet," so then you can kind of kick the can down the road.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, in hockey, they won't even tell you what the injury is a week later. It's upper body, lower
but here's
body.
the thing. Yeah, I've gotten used to that part. I'm okay with that part. I mean, listen, I get it. A guy gets hurt, they go, then like, okay, we don't really know. We've got to get some docs. And a coach is coming, especially like after a practice, 15 minutes later going, yeah, no, I don't really have an update. And you don't, and that part I can believe is true. But, I have a player leaves the playing field, the ice surface, whatever sport. The trainer comes back, tells the coach what's going on, and then in the postgame press, the coach like, "Yeah, I don't know, we really haven't talked yet." I'm like, "No, like that coach knows what's up with that player." But I get how that works. But anyway, so no, don't know, and unfortunately, from what I saw, and then just talking to 2 people yesterday evening, it doesn't sound positive. But let's hope that it's nothing too bad. But we'll find out today because. If he is out, I mean, then you're talking about 3 of your top 6 forwards with Kyrou, Snuggerud, and then potentially Holloway out now. And so that injury bug, which was not a problem through the first month and a half, has become a real problem lately.
Yeah, the Blues were certainly trending downward after bad losses to Boston and Nashville, and then they play a pretty good Chicago team and play well. It continues to be a hard Blues team to figure out, doesn't it?
It is, but like I said, Les, I didn't consider that loss to Boston a bad loss. I mean, Boston's a better team. They play a heavier style that this team is just not ready to play yet. So that one I didn't expect. To me, the more frustrating of the 2 losses would have been the Nashville loss. You had a team that, although the Predators have been playing better, the Blues just didn't play hard in front of their net, and it's something that Jim Montgomery continues to harp on, the coaches harp on, and it's. Well, why it isn't getting through, and it does against the Chicago team, doesn't against Nashville, I don't know. But, those are the inconsistencies that you see as a team tries to rediscover its way and path onto the winning. And it's not – I've referenced this a lot lately. This isn't unusual. It's not an anomaly. I think a team that's going from having lost for a couple seasons and then hit the spark like they did, then you've got young players, this is going to be easy. You come back this season, it's not. I mean – we saw this happen in 2009. We saw it happen kind of 07, 08, made the playoffs in 09. You miss in 10, and it's part of that growth process of younger players in the league. So I don't know that much of this is all that surprising. In the end, I think we all hoped it would be very different, but in the end, maybe the hope for consistency just wasn't quite warranted as much as we thought.
I saw Braden Shen address the injury to Connor Bedard in that final seconds of the win on Friday against Chicago. It didn't look like much to me in terms of like a face-off battle, shoving him a little bit. I guess he had to say something about it, but I didn't see anything wrong with the play.
No, I didn't see anything wrong with it either, Martin. As a matter of fact, I think Jeff Blashill came out after the game, or maybe the next day, and said he may have suffered that injury earlier in the game. And because that's a play that you're going to see happen, a bunch of different times, especially late in the game. And I mean, and it's not like he came at any kind of distance. He already had one hand kind of engaged on Bedard. So I didn't see anything wrong with it. I think clearly there might have been something that had been already tweaked already, and as Jeff Blashill alluded to. But the fact that the league had nothing to say about it tells you all you need to know.
Mayu got his first goal, as did Matt Luff. You didn't think we'd be saying the Blues got goals from Mayu and Luff to help beat Chicago, but here we are. It's got to be a big moment for a guy like Mayu, though.
Well, I think it didn't, and even Jim Montgomery referenced afterwards that the next few shifts after that were really dynamic. And the team struggled at times for consistency. Although you go into action today, you begin a big week. And you're only 4 points out of a playoff spot. I mean, you're right there. Now, Minnesota made that big deal, so they had a huge game yesterday, and the top part of the division seems to be just taken off on the rest of the division. But for Logan Mayu to have had the rough start to the season, to go down, kind of get his game going a little bit, feel more touches of the puck, get some confidence. I think he's been just fine as a young defenseman since he came back. That was a huge goal. For him to feel like he contributed to it as well. And, I think he's settling in, just fine, and the Blues are using him more, which is good. So let's hope we continue to see his confidence rise.
Doug was looking at the numbers earlier. Ryan O'Reilly's got some decent stats. We had a clip earlier this season. He was really negative about his own play, even about his own career. He said, I basically had one good year, and we were shocked at the time that he was so dark about his own career. But we're looking at the numbers. He seems to be playing at a pretty decent level right now.
Martin, I talked to Ryan, shortly after he left the Blues, and and the Blues did talk to him about an extension, but where it didn't really go anywhere, according to Ryan, was the Blues kind of knew that we want Robert Thomas to take some steps forward, and Ryan himself wasn't really ready mentally, or thought his game was to take a step backwards, right? To start taking a different role, if that makes sense, right? So in that sense, you look at it, and I went back before the game, last week in Nashville and looked at it, and honestly, his numbers are right in line with Nashville with what he was doing here. His faceoff numbers are good. He's probably been their best player. He's just under a point a game. He's been fantastic, and depending on if Nashville goes on a run here and tightens things up, or if they slide a little bit, I got to think Ryan O'Reilly becomes one of the most sought after players on the market. But he's been just fine, and you saw him making the plays. You saw how he scored the goal against the Blues in the last game. So I still think, the way I look at it, he's playing at a high level. And playing well. And look, he's always been a little bit self-deprecating when it comes to that. Whenever he met the media as the Blues captain, it was always what he has to do differently first. And that's just kind of who he is. I was kind of surprised to hear that comment too, honestly, with as positive thinking as Ryan tends to be. But he's playing well. He's playing well for Nashville, and he's still proving that he can be a top 2 center in the National Hockey League.
Yeah, I see he's had like 7 years where he's scored 20 or more goals. So why you would say he's only had one good year is kind of hard to believe.
He's just being a little hard on himself, I guess.
I would say.
But I'm damn sure glad he had that one good year with us.
Oh yeah,
he was terrific for. Listen, he was terrific for the Blues the whole way through, as you know. And the Blues made a organizational, philosophical decision on how they were going to take this team right then and there. And they could have decided, well, we're going to keep, Ryan O'Reilly and a couple of these guys longer and try and milk every bit out of it. And then maybe the problem, and then trade some assets to try and keep it going. And then maybe the problem is you end up when you finally have to turn the page where the cupboard's bare, like it was for the Blues in 05-06. And then you've got nothing really coming, and you've got to kind of rebuild from there. And they decided, no, we've got some other pieces. Again, you can we can argue and debate, and I think it's a fun one, whether it was the right decision, the right timing, how they did it, all that other stuff. I think that's the great part of sports. But at the same time, you look and say you got to appreciate the fact they made a decision at the moment, and now look at how they're trying to rebuild it here. And Ryan O'Reilly was such a big part of that. But like I said, with Nashville, it hasn't been working a whole lot from a team standpoint. But I look at his numbers and things, I think he's been just fine.
With so many players out hurt now for the Blues, kind of a makeshift roster in a number of spots, really busy schedule here over the next couple of weeks. How confident are you that they can stay somewhat close in the wild card race?
Well, I haven't seen any of these teams that are kind of in that middle mix, really pick it up and run away from it. I think you're still going to see some inconsistencies with a young San Jose team. It's playing pretty well. I think Utah probably has, the best chance to really take a hold of it. We saw the Chicago. Now, Hellebuck is supposed to be back with Winnipeg, and we're going to see Winnipeg, coming up here, I think on Wednesday, right? And Blues and Winnipeg are tied right with it. So, listen, next man up. It's one of my favorite Doug Armstrong comments of the many. But he says, I don't ever remember getting a call from an agent saying you're playing my client too much. Right, so there's opportunity if you're getting it an opportunity. Matt Lucknow, Toropchenko said yesterday that he's going to be able to be back. All right, well, let's get Toropchenko. But even Alexei has to find another level to his game. A couple of years ago when he had 14 goals, I don't think everyone's thinking he's that. That's the player play in play out he is. But at the same time, they've got to find some more production on that fourth line. So Doug, to be honest with you, I have no idea how to answer that question. I don't know. It just depends on how guys go. I just know that when somebody goes out, someone else has a chance to come in, and you can Wally Pip somebody. So come on in, take them, and make the most of it, and do what you can. And if you play the game right, most of the times it works out.
Chris Kerber with us every Monday here on TMA. Blues and Predators, pregame on 101 ESPN, 6 p.m. Puck drop, 7 p.m. Blues will try and make it 2 in a row after the win against Chicago. Winnipeg coming to town on Wednesday. Kerbs, always appreciate the time, sir. Thank you so much.
All right, Tim. Have a good week, you guys.
You too. Chris Kerber with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone line. Show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Brown and Crouppen, local, founded in St. Louis in 1979. And you can always call for free any day, anytime, or they will come to you for free because Brown and Crouppen, they don't get paid unless you get paid. The number is 314-222-2222, or go to GetBC.com and make sure you let them know you heard about them on the morning after. It's Brown and Crouppen, Terry Crouppen, Ed Herman, and Andy Crouppen in studio on TMA because they are local. It's Brown and Crouppen online at getbc.com or by calling 314-222-2222. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Doug, Mark called in early and wanted to talk to me and you about seeing us on television at the Billiken game.
Is that right?
But we weren't on the call of the game.
No.
Tom Ackerman and Troy Robertson was.
Right. I saw them.
Right.
Maybe they saw us in the crowd.
We were on the Jumbotron at all, the Kiss Cam.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, we kissed, but that wasn't on camera.
No, we didn't.
Okay.
I don't know.
So Mark saw you on television from home watching the Billikens game, or he was at the Billikens game?
I'm not sure.
Chairman, you took the call. What's going on?
I mean, Martin, if he saw him on television, it sounds like he was probably at home.
Well, all right.
Condescending.
Wow.
My concern with our audience is there's, I don't know, sometimes a drop-off or a lapse in common sense. I thought maybe they were staring at the Jumbotron.
Could have been.
Okay. So, but Tim, all right, maybe there's an alt-cast. Is there a Billiken alt-cast?
Ooh, that'd be fun.
With Doug and Tim.
I'd do that.
Mark, call back, clarify.
314-974-0101. That's how you can call into the Callier and Thompson phone lines. You can text in 314-399-9646. Recovering Alcoholic says, retire his sweater. It's already hanging at Olive and Oak and in my master bedroom.
It's an O'Reilly reference.
That's a Ryan O'Reilly reference.
Yeah.
And then let me see what's going on at youtube.com/TMA STL. where we're looking for 6,400 subscribers this week, Doug. We're at 6,340 now, so we've already picked up another 10.
Okay, that's
step by step, brick by brick.
Okay.
Bill Reloaded says, Martin, figure it out, pal. And I don't know what that means.
Gosh.
Figure it out, pal. Well, I'm now being blinded by the sun, so I may be no good to you either.
15-yarder for Bill.
Bill Reloaded. Real quick, Tim, I know you think the bowls are meaningless, but I've got news for you guys. Anyone want to go to the Boca Raton Bowl?
Doug, you interested in
who's paying?
Louisville and Toledo.
No, not who's playing. Who's paying?
Well, you can get in
I would go to Boca if someone would pay for it.
Okay, but you can get in for free. This is Brett McMurphy. Mizzou fans remember him from the Mizzou-Kansas failed bowl game report. Fans who get into the Boca Raton Bowl on Boca Raton, December 23rd. Louisville and Toledo, all you have to do, bring a can of Bush's beans.
Oh, boy.
All beans will be donated to help families in need, but it has to be Bush's beans, so no knockoff brands. That'll get you into a bowl game for
a can of Bush's beans, Doug.
We'll get you into the bowl game for free.
I gave you this in October, and I'd like to think you were handsomely paid off if you could find somebody to give it to you. You would hear about the eye test immediately on the College Football Playoff Show, and here is what I'm going to give to you for bowl season. When somebody makes a big play and is jumping all over the place, some guy who probably isn't going to go very far in this particular industry, all due respect, because he is calling a game where there's Bush's beans involved, will say, you can't tell me those kids don't care about this bowl game.
And they'll be like,
do that what you want. If you can get that on Polymarket, go to use Kalshi or Polymarket.
I don't use any of that.
And then the 8 or 10 players that are opting out, you can't. Well, except for them, they didn't care.
That's correct.
And Doug, just for you, Kalen DeBoer in Alabama are in talks about an extension.
Oh, they really? He got something out of this. He must have the same agent.
He's not going to Michigan, but he's going to get
Jimmy Sexton? Is that the agent for all these guys?
Well, remember, we clarified that Drink is not a Jimmy Sexton guy.
Okay.
We announced it on the show. It's Clint Dowdle,
That's
I
right.
believe is
and Rico
the
Dowdle had a touchdown for the Panthers yesterday, but they lost to the Saints. Am I right on that?
I don't know.
Nobody wants to win the AFC North or the NFC South, right?
I saw Tim and Doug on the show this morning. That's from Joey Vitale's Orange Scully.
On this show?
Yep.
Okay. Well, just like every morning on YouTube, right? That shouldn't be a big shock to anyone.
Exactly right. Brett McMurphy can go play in traffic at the intersection of Gravois and Chippewa. That's from Percy Blumpkin. I don't know what Brett McMurphy did to Percy Blumpkin, but they're sideways.
Gravois and Chippewa. What would be on that intersection? Gravois and Chippewa. It feels like they run the same direction, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Is there an intersection there?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Okay, Gravois.
Well, we shouldn't let that stump us.
Kind of near Hodak's? No, not quite. No.
Hey, guys, I'm sorry, but the lead story today is that we started watching Hunting Wives over the weekend, and I love that Brittany Snow. Her skin sure is soft. That's from Big Tuft.
Okay.
So that was the lead, Doug. You thought it was John C.
Yeah, I didn't think what he's watching on TV is necessarily our lead story. How would we have known that?
That her skin's soft?
No, that he's watching this on TV.
So you do know that her skin is soft.
I don't know that.
Your thoughts on soft skin, 314-399-9646. You can rank them in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat with Jackson Stinkbug, who's now in there. Along with...
It was an alarming beginning to the show. Before Papers was taken out by the sun, it was nearly an insect that was his undoing.
John Scores, Jackson Stinkbug, and Bourbon Bob are in there. 256 friends have gathered. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. We're trying to get to 6,400 subscribers this week, and then it's holiday season here on TMA.
We're being flooded with messages saying there is a QT at the Gravois Chippewa intersection.
Oh, is that right?
Yes. Which is nice to know.
Yeah, got that information. That's a TMA exclusive. The program is called The Morning After. The Colonel is going to join us. He wrote this morning on his 10 thoughts on college sports, which he writes traditionally. and he wrote this about the Drinkwitz and Michigan story. With Michigan looking for a coach, Eli Drinkwitz's name has popped up a little bit. I can't do it again, guys.
I knew it. Thank you, Gabe. Thank you.
We already did this. My limit for coaching carousel full engagement is once a year. I don't think there's much a likelihood at all that Drinkwitz becomes a serious candidate for Michigan. If he does, we'll deal with it at that time. But I don't think that time will come. If he somehow ended up taking the job, I would fire up a column that would probably be as scathing as anything I have written in 23 years.
Sounds like we have our first question for Gabe.
Yes,
How concerned are you? It's unbelievable.
Yeah, so I asked Jackson, I think off air, maybe it was on air, Doug, as I say, hell, I don't know.
No, I don't either.
If he were to take that job, what do you think Missouri fans would do? And you kind of thought some would be really mad, some would be happy. And I'm looking at it through the lens of the Missouri fans who followed the thing with take your pick of whatever it was, Penn State, Auburn, Florida, LSU, thought that he chose Missouri. And if 3 weeks later he chooses Michigan, you're going to have animosity on an all-time high, which is why Gabe's column matches what I was thinking. But your thought is some people will be relieved if he were to go?
Yeah, I think there'd be some people that'd be pretty fine.
When you say some, can I get an idea of like your percentage of the fan base so I have a gauge?
15-ish?
Yeah, 10 to 15% would be like good riddance.
But I think people would be way more pissed now than they were a month ago if he would have gone to LSU or Penn State because they thought that he chose Missouri. And Martin, if you remember, he didn't want it to become a distraction. And then the Oklahoma fans started yelling at him, and he realized after a month of the coaching carousel talk that it might have become a distraction. And so he decided, let's get this done. Okay. But now, and that's why the Colonel, who says he's not interested in doing this again, but if it becomes a story, he will tend to it and write the most scathing column he has written in his 23 years. So there you go.
I do wonder what the Michigan plan is. By the way, and somebody did point out, Drinkwitz made the Connor Stallions joke that does exist, papers, if we wanted to revisit at any point. Some Michigan fans would point out right away, this is the same guy who made a joke about Connor Stallions, did it with Reese Davis. We'll have that later in the show, Tim.
Sharon and Clayton is mad that we haven't talked about Doug at the black and white ball. So I guess we'll talk about that on the other side of the break.
I was not at the black and white ball.
I don't know. That's what she takes. She's mad that we haven't talked about. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
Looking for a safe, smart investment option, one that actually rewards you for planning ahead. Take a closer look at Together Credit Union's Certificate of Deposit Options, CDs, designed to help your money grow with confidence. Certificates of deposit, or CDs, are one of the most reliable ways to build your savings. Your return is fixed, guaranteed, and protected from the ups and downs of the market. Simply choose your term, lock in your rate, and let time do the work. Right now, Together Credit Union offering a competitive 9-month CD special. Great choice if you want a higher return without a longer-term commitment. Short enough to stay flexible, long enough to deliver meaningful growth. With that 9-month CD, your savings grow safe and predictably. No market swings, no guessing, just a secure return you can count on. Opening a CD, easy. Visit togethercu.org for full terms and details, or stop by any of those Together Credit Union branches. There are 14 around the St. Louis area. Start growing your savings today with stability, certainty, and a partner that puts your financial well-being first. Together Credit Union, financially insured by the NCUA.
Dustin May song.
Now is the time the playoffs begin. Summer is over. Around October, the quest for the best will put you to the test. The chase is on. The chase is on. It's playoff baseball. The chase is on. The chase is on. The chase is on. It's 2013. Let's get that 12th ring.
Getting fired up?
Well, sort of. The lyrics are kind of pretty basic and repetitive.
I think they use this in Guantanamo Bay, Doug.
To torture people?
It's TMA 101
Can't waterboard
ESPN.
anymore.
Fisher Window and Door Store, sponsor of the 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. The program called The Morning After. And it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. You can gather and watch Jackson fry. And now the sun is making its way toward Martin. And
you better watch out, Vaughn. It's coming for you.
Heading your way. That's at youtube.com/TMASTL. Just click YouTube on your phone. And when you open it up, then you type TMASTL, and then you're in there with 297 friends talking it over. Subscribe to the program. We're trying to get to 6,400 subscribers this week on the TMASTL YouTube channel. Gabe's going to join us coming up at 9 o'clock. That's on the Stiefel dossier. We were joined by Chris Kerber earlier in our 8 o'clock hour. The Cardinals making a move. Dusty May's coming to St. Louis, Doug. 1-year deal.
Yeah, it makes sense. Kind of a high upside, relatively low risk, just 1-year contract. Still relatively young at 28. His career ERA under 4. So I think it kind of makes sense. He's not the kind of pitcher that's going to lead him to the World Series, I don't think. But they are desperate for arms, and he is one with a good arm when he's healthy. He's battled a lot of health problems. But it makes sense to me. I think it's a pretty good move.
They need some pitching. Take a shot on a guy. 1-year deal. Notice that 1-year deal. We have seen a few free agents sign multi-year deals, which some teams are not afraid of the lockout. Cardinals' model seems to be let's just get through 2026 and see where we're at. And May's only 28.
I like it. I prefer this style of move for where the Cardinals are to getting the kind of the guys that the Pirates would fill out their rotation with, the guys that were good a decade ago and are holding on and maybe hoping to catch lightning in a bottle with the guy who's, on his way out of baseball. In May's case, huge prospect with the Dodgers who's dealt with health problems, went to Boston, had a rough time, and now comes to St. Louis when he was of interest on the free agent market, in part because of his upside and his youth, and chose to come to St. Louis on a 1-year deal. And the thought process on The Athletic was that he would most likely get a 2-year deal. And so I wonder if this is a case of Dustin May betting on himself and knowing, number one, a 1-year deal gives him an opportunity to capitalize on the market in the prime of his career if he does get it back. And number two, if he comes to St. Louis, he's going to have a lot more leeway to stay in the rotation because the Cardinals are short on starting pitching. So I think it is a deal that could really work out for both parties. And if he does take off and the Cardinals are in a spot where they're not in contention, the Cardinals then have a guy that they can trade at the deadline and receive something of value that would help them when they are back in a competitive window. So from that standpoint, I really like what they are doing with this move.
Yeah, it's probably a good selling point to a player. Hey, if you do really well, we'll ship you out. Yeah. Or if you struggle, you got a spot. It's the perfect place to go to kind of reset your career. And there's very little risk for the Cardinals. You need guys to pitch. It's a 1-year deal. And again, there is some upside there. So there's no downside to it. And it's not as if he's blocking somebody. They only have so many young guys that are ready right now. Don't have enough, in fact. So he's not blocking anybody.
Yeah. Is anybody blocking anyone? You got to figure Weatherholt's got a spot. Is there anyone else who's being blocked? I don't know that there is. It's just nice to get another redhead, too. I guess you'd put May now in the Mount Rushmore of redheaded Cardinal players with Mark McGuire and Red Shandings. Is there another one? Who else?
Spezio died at red.
No.
I don't think that counts.
Okay.
If Tim likes the move, then I like it too. That's from Kurt's former coworker.
Okay.
Josh Bob Bill, who shares an apartment building with Keisha Gray in Tampa, says, I love the move.
And he did pitch for the Red Sox, so that means Heim can check that box to do some business with the Red Sox.
I don't know why you wouldn't like the move. There's really no risk. They didn't give up anybody. He's a guy who could be near the front of your rotation, if not the ace. So, yeah, there's nothing to dislike about it, I don't think.
Sharon and Clayton, Doug, not happy that we have not gotten to you at the black and white ball.
I wasn't there. I don't even know what it was, really. I see pictures every now and then of people there.
Why didn't you go?
I've never been. I wouldn't even know where it is.
It looks It's
the black and white ball, a.k.a. the multi-level marketing Met Gala.
Is that what it is?
Is brutal. Every momtrepreneur and amateur restaurant critic will be posting pics through January. It's gonna be rough. That's from Arbor Day Doug, who is the two-time Texter of the Year and has my vote for becoming the three-time Texter of the year.
Oh, it was last night. Last night at the
Doug,
Four
what was
Seasons.
it like? Did you get
I wasn't there.
Well, I saw you and Tim on the TV.
Housewives of TNA.
Great event.
You have to be
Hosted by
invited?
Nelly.
I assume you got to be invited.
Hosted by Nelly, and it benefits the Make-A-Wish Foundation. How about that?
Oh,
Sunday
okay.
the 14th, a formal black and white attire required. Invitation only.
Where was this, at the Ritz or something?
At the Four Seasons.
Four Seasons.
On the landing.
Okay.
The list of past attendees is who's who.
Who's been
past
there?
attendees, not last night's attendees?
Correct. Johnny Gill.
Johnny Gill, you remember Rub You the Right Way? What about My? He did Silent Prayer with Shanice. Whew, boy, it's Fairweather Friend, I guess. That's my Mount Rushmore, Johnny Gill.
No, I'm worried about redheaded Cardinal players.
Can You Stay in the Rain? And the way he finishes Can You Stay in the Rain, to me, is the signature moment in New Edition history.
Okay. Did Rex Hudler have red hair? I think he did. Maybe he's the other guy on the Mount Rushmore. Okay.
City Spud has been there, Doug.
Who the hell is City Spud?
Oh, come on. Don't
Is it
front.
a potato
Free
salesman?
City.
He's one of the lunatics, bro.
Oh, okay.
Come on, bro.
Jeez, how could I not know that?
Braden Sheen.
Neo.
Gosh, you better take the day off.
Take some time away at 10 o'clock.
What's the name of that album, Tim?
Is that The Year of the Gentleman?
Yeah, with the fedora.
Yeah, the Fedora, The Year of the Gentleman, the
Okay.
album.
Yeah.
Neo? Neo? What did I say? Neo?
That's what you said.
No, I said Neo. You say Neo?
Neo. Well, that's not how I say. That's how it's pronounced.
Neo?
Yes.
Martin pronounces R&B artist would be a fun little.
Jackson pronounces hockey players. This one busty girl I met one night and then followed on Instagram was at the black and white ball last night. That's from the amateur proctologist.
A hell of a story.
But right under
A nice description.
right
too.
under Neo is the name Jordan Bennington. Like past.
He was there?
Not. I don't think it was last night. This is past attendees. Allen Iverson on the list.
Really?
Yeah.
Piece of Tino
Papers, you would be all over
This
it.
is from back.
Allen Iverson was there?
This is not necessarily last night, but over the years.
It's gone from the early years to what Arbor Day says it's the Met Gala for momtrepreneurs and amateur food critics.
I'd fight through that labyrinth if it meant I got to talk to AI.
If you got an invitation to go to this at the
Sure.
Four Seasons, you'd go, right?
Absolutely.
I don't know if I
I've had
have.
them,
You wouldn't go?
I've politely declined.
I'd have
Not
to,
my scene.
I have to rent a tux.
I'm a meat and potatoes guy. Find me the Windsor Inn on Hampton Avenue, and that's where you'll find me,
Sure.
Doug. Meat and potatoes.
So you were invited and didn't go?
Like a decade
It's just a
ago or
standing
so.
invite to Tim has to all
Absolutely.
events.
If they hosted it in my basement or at the Windsor Inn, I would be there. Otherwise, you'll find me at the Billikens game. Watch this, Doug. Billikens, rah, rah, rah.
Billikens, shish boom ba.
How about the fact Nick Canone was there one year?
Nick Cannon. I've had
Bill Bellamy.
This segment sounds like a bunch of hicks meeting their black college roommate for the first time and seeing his music posters. Sweet Lord, these cocks. Doug, that's from Arbor Day. Sweet Lord, these cocks.
That wasn't friendly.
Tim, apparently D.L. Hugley was there. Boys, I men.
Oh, if I could see end of the road. performed live. And Jackson, you could see Allen Iverson. I think we'll get our tuxes
Be awesome.
on.
Wouldn't that be awesome?
Just sit there and drink some scotch.
Yeah, I'd
talk
do
it
that.
over.
I'd do that all day.
Allen plays basketball. Allen Iverson would have been.
I'm ready to hear his speech again about practice. I haven't heard that in a while.
Talking about practice.
Paper shook you off.
One of the best sound bites in the history
That's how I got
of
the
sports.
nickname, the question.
Hashtag whites, LOL. That's from Brian Henson on his way back to Indianapolis after covering Phillip Rivers yesterday with the Colts.
This is music shaming. This is if you don't listen to what I listen to, you're an idiot.
So you want to fight Brian Henson or you want to fight Arbor Day?
Well,
Your pick.
all these.
You're going to fight them all!
It's just music shaming. You like what I like, otherwise you're an idiot. That's what that is.
You can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. That is coming your way at approximately 10:45. The Colonel coming up, and he says if Eli Drinkwitz goes to Michigan, he will write the most scathing column in his 23 years. We'll talk it over with the Colonel. That's next. Presented to you by James Carlton here on the Morning After. Presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Knicks defeat the Magic on Saturday, and the Spurs defeat the Thunder to end a 17-game winning streak for Oklahoma City. They will now face off in the NBA Cup Final in Las Vegas tomorrow evening at 7:30. There's another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Called Missouri, which I wrote. There is a state which I live in, which is called Missouri. It is called Missouri.
Missouri is where I live. Missouri is where I live.
Well, they'll be playing this in St. Louis next week for the bragging rights game, and in Jacksonville, Florida for the Gator Bowl on December 27th. Where will you be watching Missouri and Virginia? Well, you hosting a watch party?
Probably won't have a big bash. Probably just kind of calmly watch a little of it here and there. I don't imagine I'll be saddled in for the full 3.5 hours. Is that a problem?
Well, you'll have to deal with it in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat because they are not happy that we are talking about the Billikens game. I'm podcasting like the Dickens, breaking down a December SLU basketball game. What has this show become?
Blocking.
Should we break down a Blues game from Friday night? Look ahead to the Battlehawks. Cardinals got Dustin May.
Tim, the Battlehawks tickets are on sale, but the schedule hasn't been released.
There you go.
So how do you know if you can make it to the game?
You just get your tickets now. We'll let you know when you're attending later.
If you just don't think about it too much, though, it all makes sense.
Exactly. There you go. There's gluten-free perk. Joining us right now, the Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmond of Power Mizzou, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Morning, Colonel.
Hey guys, is the Battlehawks schedule released? When's the SEC Network show for that?
Ooh, yeah, SEC Dario.
Maybe Tim and I'll do an emergency pod when it comes out.
Cole Kublik giving us his thoughts on the
sounds like they're
give me a heads up. I'll download that one.
Yeah, nice. Thank you, Colonel.
Sounds like they're trying to sell tickets, and then they'll ask the fans, "Well, when can you be here?" And then we'll play that night.
Let us know when you're available.
That's how it works in sports now, right? Just give us all your money. We'll tell you what it's for later.
It's a good move. Gabe DeArmond, weekly appearance here on the program on Mondays, talking it over. You had a fun little note this morning in your column with regard to Eli Drinkwitz's name being mentioned by Michigan's 24/7 writer, and he said he talked with two people who mentioned it yesterday, so he wrote about it. And you said you can't do another coaching carousel. You will address it should it actually come to fruition, and if it comes to fruition, you will write the most scathing column in your 23 years. Colonel, your thoughts on the Drinkwitz Michigan, I don't know what the right word would be, 24/7, Gabe is writing about it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I did this for 3 weeks. I'm not going to invest time and energy in it. If it gets to a point where I understand I need to, we'll deal with it then. Look, I don't really see any reason to believe any of this is all that real. I'm not sure Drinkwitz has the profile of the type of guy Michigan's going to go after. I got the impression during the first time of this that his wife was not real high on State College. I don't know that Ann Arbor would be all that different. I don't really see him as a Big Ten type coach, and he just signed a 6-year deal. So, look, if this does become something real, then we can have a conversation about how stupid it is to even have contracts in college coaching. But I don't really think it's going to become real.
So it sounds like you think he's heading that way.
Wow, done deal.
Yeah, there you go.
I see DJ Lagway has just announced that he is going into the transfer portal. What do you think his market's going to be like? It wasn't a magical year in Gainesville.
Yeah, but, when you have that kind of talent and that kind of recruiting profile that he had 2 years ago, somebody's always going to think, hey, I'm the guy that can fix this, right? I'm the guy that can unlock it. And he has shown, he saved Billy Napier's job last year. He played pretty well the second half of his true freshman season. I think somebody will, I would assume a high major school will take a chance on him, whoever that is. I would not see any reason to believe it would be Missouri.
What are the early thoughts on OC next year? Is there any chance Drinkwitz says, hey, I'll go back to play calling, although you could hire an OC and that could still be in play? What's your early read on the Kirby Moore exit?
Yeah, honestly, I haven't really even asked anybody because this happened, Friday afternoon, Saturday afternoon? I can't remember which day. But I haven't really even done any checking on it quite yet as far as who candidates might be, what that might look like. I can't see Drinkwitz going back to it. He's been very vocal over the last 3 years how having an OC freed him up to do some other things. I do think the question that ultimately will lead to who they hire and what it looks like is he going to get somebody to come in and kind of say, hey, here's the parameters of what I want to do, and you can kind of put your own twist on that? Or is this a chance for him to say, all right, hey, I can open this up and kind of turn the reins over and fully become the CEO of this program and let somebody have complete control of the offense? I don't know which way that will go. I think we're supposed to talk to him at some point this week. So I think a lot of the questions will be around this and what he's looking for and all of that. But I think just how involved he wants to be really will shape the hire he makes and kind of the direction of the next wave in this program.
I do think there's some frustration with the Mizzou offense, some of the play call. It may be the perfect scenario, and I don't know that his job was ever in jeopardy, but the fact that he gets a head coaching job close to his, the area where he grew up, I just think it's the perfect mix, a chance to try something new, and yet he lands somewhere in a better spot.
Yeah, I think it's good for both sides. You can parse blame for the offense however you want to, but whenever the offense is as bad as it was when you're in charge of it, you're going to get a fair share of the blame. And it's interesting when Kirby's name popped up at various places. People would say, and really it happened with Drinkwitz too, hey, great with quarterbacks, the offense is blah blah blah, and Missouri fans are going, really? Because the last 3 years have kind of been on a decline. Since that 5 or 6 game run Brady had in 2023, it's really been kind of a steady downhill of the offense. They're back to averaging very similar numbers to what they did in 2022 before Drinkwitz hired Kirby Moore.
Would you expect Mizzou to try to find a quarterback in the portal, or you think it's all Zollers now?
Boy, I think it really depends. You're kind of in an either, neither, or both situation with Zollers and Prebula. Does one of them come back? Do they both come back? Do neither come back? I think at least one of them will come back, but I think it's kind of hard to hold on to two. The question really becomes, I thought when Bo went down, I expected Matt Zollers to play well enough that, it was going to be pretty obvious he's the starter going forward. But that didn't happen. He didn't even hold on to the job for the last 2 games of the regular season because it was fairly obvious, hey, this kid's not ready yet. So do they think he can be ready for next year? Do they think Bo can take a leap, and do they want to keep him? Does he want to stay? There's a lot to unfold here in the next 3 weeks, and it could lead to anything Missouri taking a starter in the portal to Missouri not taking a portal quarterback at all. And I don't know which way it'll go. I'm not sure they know in the building right now which way it'll go.
Diego Pavia thought Martin Kilcoyne got it wrong with his Heisman vote.
Yeah, and you, Colonel.
Yeah.
And you.
Would you like to pile on, or did you think the Heisman voters got it right?
I voted for Mendoza, so it was I wasn't hugely convicted on anybody as the best player this year. If Pavia would have won it, I wouldn't have had an issue. But I'm not a huge fan of F all the voters. I mean, I didn't really take it personally. I didn't feel like he was talking to me. But I liked Fernando Mendoza's handling of it a lot better than Diego Pavia's.
Boy, Vandy, the warm and fuzzy story has kind of gone away this year with a little bit of the whining, complaining, going to play an extra game, and now some of his behavior. It was kind of a lovable team, and maybe a little less so now.
Yeah, everybody loves the underdog till the underdog's not the underdog anymore, right? He did not. He has not exactly covered himself in glory with the way he has handled things in the last 2 months or so.
And Vandy's good in basketball too, and a national power in baseball. Yeah. We need to stop thinking of them as the little sisters of the poor of the SEC.
Yeah, I mean it's time to start knocking them back down a peg. Let's support those teams that are really trying to claw their way up, like Alabama and Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm. That makes more sense.
Colonel, you also wrote an obituary on the Chiefs run this morning, and you said it was interesting because you were texting with some of your friends, Chiefs fans, and you rarely get to see the death of a dynasty in real time. Usually maybe you'll look back on, that was the moment that everything changed, but you felt like you were watching it in real time yesterday. Elaborate, because on this side of the state, many people have adopted the Chiefs.
It was the official kind of death of this season, right? Can't make the playoffs, whatever. And then Mahomes goes down, and that was kind of the capper on it. The juxtaposition of him walking up the tunnel as Gardner Minshew throws the interception that officially eliminates them was pretty interesting. Now it kind of becomes, okay, is there... are they capable of doing what the New England Patriots did, which is putting an entirely different cast around the star quarterback to make another run? And certainly he's good enough and young enough. And, I saw last night Brady's 8th season was a Super Bowl loss, and his 9th season he tore his ACL, and Mahomes, same thing. Both had won 3 Super Bowls, so the parallels are there, but can the Chiefs go put stuff around him? Because Travis Kelce is not part of the next run. Chris Jones is not part of the next run. So it's going to be an entirely different team, so they need to go find the Julian Edelman to put around Mahomes.
Can't recall who I was watching on CBS yesterday, but saying that Mahomes' likelihood of being ready is most likely October or even November next year.
See, that's weird to me. Maybe fully ready, but 9 months seems like plenty of time for. In this day and age, I feel like people come back in 9 months from an ACL. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah. The Chiefs eliminated yesterday. It was reminiscent to me on the baseball side, and here on this side of the state, the Phillies had that great run, won a World Series, lost to the Yankees then the following year, and lost to the Cardinals in 2011 in Game 5, and Ryan Howard, who had won the MVP, made the last out of that series. And what, he tear his Achilles on that?
Yeah.
Did that about?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
On the final out.
Yeah, and so right as Gabe, Mahomes is walking up the tunnel, as you made reference to, Minshew throws the interception. And whether that's the end of the dynasty or it's just the end of this group's run and the beginning of the next chapter,
it just seems so unfair that we have not gotten as much success as we have deserved in the last 7 years.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
7 straight AFC championship games is unbelievable. I wonder if Andy Reid might be considering shutting it down. And Tim, now I'm hearing Drinkwitz is a candidate in Kansas City. I don't know if you've heard that.
Oh, wow, Carl, you got another thing to cover.
Michigan.
Yeah. You got another thing to cover. Gabe DeArmond.
We'll do. We can't do flight tracking from Kansas City. I'll just see if he's driving down I-70 there.
Back and forth. Colonel, you also made the observation that it is a rare situation that Missouri will play one basketball game in 20 days. That doesn't happen too often. Doug, were you aware that that's the math in the middle of the season?
So they got Illinois next week and then a break for almost 2 weeks?
Yeah, till January 3rd.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's bizarre, and I don't know if you guys feel the same way or not. It doesn't really even feel like it's basketball season here, because of and that's partly. It always feels that way a little bit this time of year because we're such a football focused, sports society these days. But I mean, the schedule they have had, just even people who are going to pay attention, I don't feel like are paying attention yet. I mean, they played Alabama State and Bethune-Cookman this week. I mean, it's my job, and I watched like a combined 9 minutes of those two games. There's nothing there that grabs your interest, and so it's really in the time where it's more important than ever that you give fans reasons to show up. Like, they just haven't done it yet.
Did you see anything in the 9 minutes that you watched that would make you think they can contend against Illinois next week and then the SEC schedule after that?
I mean, this is one of those series. It's kind of like Auburn, Alabama football where you go, I don't know, it seems like the worst team wins this game a lot. So, I could see it happening. Chances are not great. I think Illinois is the best team Missouri has played this year, and I think by a decent margin. But, they lost at home to Nebraska over the weekend. So it's not like they're invincible. Weird things happen in college basketball, especially in that series, you would hope. With last week having basically two scrimmages and nothing ahead for 2 weeks, like, you need to see Missouri's best effort in that game. Whether it's good enough to win or not is a different story. But, like, whatever guns they have to fire need to be fired on that night, next Monday night in St. Louis.
That's Gabe DeArmond. You can read him at powermizzou.com, brought to us on Mondays by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Online at carltoninsurance.net. Colonel, always appreciate the time, sir. Thanks so much.
All right. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you. That's Gabe DeArmond with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. And you're welcome to call into those Callier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
In the market for a new car? Get online. It's autoloanpro.com, and they're going to get you into a vehicle no matter what your situation. Does not matter. Little to no money down. They're going to work hard to get you the best rate possible no matter the situation or circumstance you're in. They'll get you the vehicle, best rate possible. They're able to do that because they work with over 50 different lenders. Auto Loan Pro. The only thing to know is to choose the pro. Making that large purchase with financing gets complicated, especially if there's been a hiccup. Doesn't matter. The Auto Loan Pro is going to get you back on track. AutoLoanPro.com is the website. They are part of the Lita family. Again, Auto Loan Pro has the access to these lenders, making sure you get the best rate possible, no matter what the situation. And when you're online on that website, you'll see Robert Thomas. You'll also see the free playbook, something they put together to help you understand the credit industry. So it'll help educate you and also how to get the car of your choice in the future. Get online, find out more. No matter what the situation, they'll get you into a vehicle. AutoLoanPro.com.
Doug, is this Neo or is this Neo?
I wouldn't know. Could be anyone. They sound a lot alike.
Jackson Arbor Day came to your defense. And if you have Arbor Day protecting you, that's kind of like the Corleone family.
I'd say.
He says, you guys make fun of Jackson for not knowing random French-Canadian hockey names all the time. How's this different, you grumpy old coot? That's from Arbor Day, Doug, and I think he was going, I don't know who he's going after.
It's different because we're a sports show. We're not a rap show.
Jackson?
No, we're not a rap, nor would I call Neo a rapper. But
what is he then?
Maybe a pop artist.
Okay.
I'd say R&B.
Did you sit at his table last night, Doug?
Wasn't there.
You weren't?
Weren't invited.
But me not knowing French-Canadian hockey players, that I can't help.
So Neo is Shaffer Chimay Smith. Almost could be a French hockey. He could almost be a hockey.
Sounds like
His
it.
real name is Schaefer Chimay Smith.
Schaefer Door Company.
Known professionally.
Think about that. Yeah,
As
He
the
started
industrial.
Schaefer Door Company? I thought it was
It can't
Jason
be ruled
Goss.
out.
I think he started it, and then Jason bought it from him. Yeah. He bought it from Neo.
Neo
makes some
provides the
sense.
seed
Look at
money.
the paperwork.
Yeah.
Neo.
Doug, the jam is Hate That I Love You by Rihanna and Neo. It's a banger. That's from the TMA Reddit Insider.
Okay.
Doug, this is a sex show. That's from Steven.
It is?
Other names, Go-Go. Neo or Go-Go?
You're welcome to talk about Schaefer Door Company and the mergers and acquisitions of said business. Schaefer Door Company is the sponsor of the podcast on TMA. And if you go back and podcast at the beginning, you'll listen to Jackson discover a stink bug on the on his keyboard.
We almost went to a best of for the next 4 hours. It was
Touch and go.
nearly the end of the program.
Schaefer Door Company also would provide the podcast of Chris Kerber's appearance and the Colonel's appearance on the program as well. They're online at schaeferdoor.com. Doug, how do you spell it?
Schaefer. SCHAEFER. One F.
Boy, the two F's will throw you off.
Yeah.
Thrown off better men than I. Schaefer Door, they also have Monday morning standby service. So when it's this cold, a lot of garage door springs will break. And then you're going, oh my goodness, what are we going to do? Well, you go. You just go to schaeferdoor.com, SCHAEF, 1F, ER, door.com. Call or text 636-782-3608. That's Jason Gosrow's company. Got it from Neo. Schaefer Door, a CHI overhead door dealer and longtime TMA sponsor. The 9 o'clock hour is brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. And yesterday, Phillip Rivers nearly pulled off the upset, and here was his message following the game in Seattle when the Seahawks were able to come back and clip the Colts 18-16.
I think maybe, maybe it will, I don't know, inspire or teach, to not to run or be scared of what may or may not happen, Hopefully, certainly I think of my sons and those ball players, that I'm in charge of at the school, that they'll say, like, crap, coach wasn't scared. You know what I mean? It's like, shoot, sometimes there is doubt, and it's real. And again, you can the guaranteed safe bet is to go home or to not go for it. And the other one is, shoot, let's see what happens.
There was a baseball movie where a high school coach was a pitcher. What was the name of that movie?
The Rookie, Dennis Quaid,
Is that what it was?
2003,
Yeah.
Tampa Bay Rays.
Only this case, it was a guy who had been virtually an all-pro quarterback for many years coming back. Wasn't exactly someone who was just a high school player who never followed his dream, but kind of a similar take, I guess. Similar slant to that story.
What a news cycle in Indiana. You had the quarterback winning the Heisman,
That's right.
and then messaging, don't give up on your dreams. And you have the old guy coming back to the Colts, don't give up on your dream. Don't just great message weekend, Doug, to stay inspired, right?
And how the Pacers do.
It's a great question. It feels like an update coming your way.
The Pacers
About a 9-3.
I heard Tom Brady say he thought he could still play too.
I think he's going to come back.
He said he's not allowed to because he's a part owner of the Raiders.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things you're not allowed to do, but he still seems to do.
Yeah, he gets away with a lot.
On the same day, Phillip Rivers was out there as a grandfather. Brady Cook threw his first touchdown pass as he got the start yesterday for the Jets. Great video of that touchdown as his parents celebrating in the stands. Here is the call.
Play clock is down under 5. Play clock at 1. Cook in the pocket toward the end zone. Caught! Touchdown! Adonai Mitchell. The first NFL touchdown pass for Brady Cook. And the Jets are on the board.
Good for him.
Yeah.
Gets to the NFL, gets to play for the hometown team, Mizzou, and they achieve some great winning seasons. Then he gets to the NFL, gets to play, and has the touchdown.
I wonder if his salary was bigger with the Jets or the Missouri Tigers.
I bet you it's Tigers, honestly.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He probably made $1 million at Mizzou, don't you think?
Yeah.
Crowdsourcing all the way here, but just throwing that out.
He has a 3-year, $2.97 million contract with the Jets.
So roughly $1 million a year there.
Under, yeah.
Well, the guarantee, though, totals about $30,000, although his cash earnings in 2025 hit over $361,000, including bonuses. There you go.
Okay. So, yeah, I'm sure.
Isn't that crazy? College quarterbacks making more.
Oh, yeah. And in some cases, a lot more.
Yeah.
Who's the Miami guy? Beck? No.
Carson Beck?
Yeah, what was he making?
Yeah, he's about to lead the Hurricanes to the national championship. That's about what he's going to do. That's what he's going to do, Doug.
Yeah, you can't blame him for finding every possible reason to hang on to college as long as they can.
Reportedly worth around $4 million for Carson Beck in the 2025 season. That's
I don't think he's an NFL quarterback. Do you? I don't think he'll be an NFL player.
High ceiling, low floor.
Yeah.
When he's good, he's good. I don't know if I would ever call him great, but when he is bad, ooh.
Yeah.
Turnover
city.
Yow.
But if he leads the Hurricanes to a title, who knows?
He would have to go through Gig'em and the Buckeyes, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's an uphill battle.
Yeah.
But I'm sure they're just happy to be there.
They won't tell you that, though. They'll say, no, we're here to win the whole thing.
Yeah. For $4 million, I'd say just about anything.
Tim, I read on Sportico that in any game Cook makes 8 or more completions in the game, he automatically gets to start the next game. That's from Steven Time, and I believe that is a play on the Eli Drinkwitz extension.
Okay.
Every time he wins 8 games.
He gets an extension. Best agent in the world.
Lay it on me, Gabe.
Lay it on me. I just want to be the first to report the Chiefs' interest. That's all. Just get it out there.
Brady Cook to the Chiefs?
No, Drinkwitz on the short list for the next coach of the Chiefs.
Yeah,
whenever
Reed's got to go now.
Whenever Andy Reid decides to shut her down, they need a new coach. How about somebody that's already in the state? Like once coach Nick Bolton, he wins everywhere he's been. There you go.
Tim, Miami plus 3.5. That's from Steven Time. Steven Time, you don't have to tell me twice. I'm right there with you. I'm heavily invested in the Hurricanes to win the national championship because I just threw little bets on them when they moved Notre Dame down in the CFP.
Is that really what the number is? 3.5?
A&M is given 3.5. What do you like? Do you like the U?
No.
You like A&M?
A&M only laying 3.5 at home.
If you're interested in doing a deal with somebody who won't charge you any vig, I'm sitting right here.
Just even money?
Sure.
3.5?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
Booked.
Tickets to that game, quote at ESPN.com, whatever that's worth. Tickets as low as $398. Get you in.
And that's $398, but you go to a bowl game in Boca Raton, and then you get a Bush's beans.
They're also saying when Montana plays Montana State, tickets are as low as $654.
Wow.
Montana must be going nuts over this game. Can that be real?
Should we do it? Should we go out?
I'm not going.
Remote?
No. Remember when Plowsy drove to Montana? God, it took him like 3 months.
So much woof was had this weekend. And I'm selling monogram loofahs on the Napoli patio. It's a pony. Do you guys use the loofah to scrub or to use it strictly for your bin? That's from the
For your bin?
stay-at-home Ledoux mom.
How do you monogram a loofah?
What is your bin?
Well, you really wouldn't even have like space to do it.
The strap.
On the handle.
You have to spray paint it, maybe.
You use a loofah, Doug?
No, I don't.
Really?
Why you're surprised?
Do you use bar soap? I'm curious.
Judge Smale's wife was using a loofah.
Elihu.
And she wanted her stretch marks loofah.
Yeah. Elihu Smales, the name. You don't use bar soap, Doug?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Is Viking style?
You use a loofah?
Correct.
You do?
Yeah, you get so much out of your liquid soap using the loofah. You just got to make sure to change it every couple weeks. Dead skin and all.
This is getting naughty, and I like it.
Well, if they're monogramming, that's, it is the gifting season.
Jackson, we got to determine how much we're betting on the Miami-Texas A&M game.
25?
25 it is. It's booked. And then I've got the Hurricanes. And then Steven Time says, Jackson, I'll go $50 with you. I'll take Miami, and I'll fix your blinds. He also says Eli is listed as 16-1 to become the next president of the United States.
Oh, is that right?
For the Board of Curators to keep giving him everything he wants and more, they must really be afraid of losing him. Must really be afraid.
They gave him the extension, more money, but the buyout remained the same.
Drinkwitz Batoon 28.
Because nothing says you're committed to saying, please don't make the buyout a big number.
And if we win 8 games, I get an extension. Yeah, I think you're right, Doug. Greatest agent ever.
Gotta be. Yeah. Gotta be.
Jackson, you're not supposed to use liquid soap. It's very bad for you, boy. That's from Ironhead.
You're going to have to explain some reasoning.
Ironhead, call in.
Why liquid soap is bad for? How could liquid soap be bad for you? I put it on my skin. I don't want any big brain. It's this chemical or what. I leave that be.
Most people your age don't use a loofah sponge, though, do they?
I haven't polled my friends and say, hey, fellas, how do you get clean?
Right quick.
Hey, fellas, how do you bathe?
Ask around.
All right. I know I had one friend who told me to start using a loofah because he said if you don't use a loofah, you're not really getting clean.
Oh, is that Oatmeal said that to you?
That was Privatism Pete.
Sweet Kai moved here yet?
Yeah, he's been here.
Why doesn't he come in the studio?
He was at the Chiefs game yesterday.
Well, you said that with disgust. I saw.
Well, it was like 8 degrees outside. So it was brutal. They had to drive home after. Oof.
They were still packed. That stadium packs them in.
Yep, for sure.
How about that division? You got Jimmy Harbaugh and the chart. Yeah, Jim Harbaugh. He wins. Now there's a guy. He wins everywhere he goes. Jim Harbaugh, and then Sean Payton's got it going in Denver. Raiders about to be relegated, but if you're the Chiefs, tough sledding in that division.
Denver's won 11 in a row. Bo Nix looked really good. He looks really good. They're going to be tough to beat with that defense and him throwing the ball the way he is.
Boys, swingers use loofahs on lifestyle cruises to let other couples know what they enjoy. That's from the Swing Haven board member.
May I join you?
That's what they say? And she's holding a loofah when she says that?
I've heard some about that.
They let people know what they enjoy.
Yeah.
So like a blue loofah means I'm looking for girl activity?
I guess something like
Best
that.
get a blue loofah then.
You just walk around with it, slinging it like a cop would sling a billy club or something. Here's my loofah. Here's what I want.
I think you'd have to be you'd have to really hammer in primary, the colors, because what if it's light blue is way different, light blue is BDSM or something.
You go to dinner holding a loofah?
No, I think you put it outside your door.
Is that right? On the door handle or different loofahs?
I don't think you walk around with it in your mouth. I don't know.
Now you kink shamed right there. I caught it.
Hello, everybody. I'm here with a pink loofah.
And that's when they start knocking on the door?
Yes. Or I think there's something, if you leave the door cracked, that means come in. Iggy would know so much more.
No, that's a
call
Hito.
in 314-974.
I know.
That's a Hito. Everywhere else, that means I can now be robbed.
Well, I think it's like the West Coast offense. Once somebody does it, everyone picks up on it. They're like, we should probably be doing this as well. RPOs and such.
Don't say and such.
Yeah, sorry.
How did this come up?
We're talking about
Haven board member talked about loofahs on lifestyle cruises, and Jackson, we talked about loofahs
because of the monogramming.
Because of the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom, and in the middle we talked about Judge Smale's wife wanted Danny Newton.
No, she wanted Elihu.
Loofah, my stretch marks.
Yeah. Elihu.
That's right. Okay.
Would that get rid of the stretch
I
mark?
apologize. Now I get it.
I don't know. Get rid of the
sense.
stretch mark.
No.
It all makes sense.
You can email in on what color loofah you hang outside your door. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Doug, you know anything about Design Air? I heard you did.
Well, sure.
No, Martin, do you know?
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
Martin does know also.
Doug, I know you do, but I would like to also let folks know I also know about Designer. In fact, the upstairs was so toasty over the weekend. I was like, I got to turn the heat down because it works. It's unbelievable. The difference it makes with Designer. They come in, explain to you what type of unit you need for your home, what the options are, and some of the benefits, too, when we talk about controlling the air, the quality of your air in your home makes a huge difference. That's why we went with Design Air, and the quality is there from start to beginning. The explanation once the job is done. We had the rugged Joe and his sidekick Joey. They did a great job from installation to explaining it all. The mechanism, it gets a little more complicated these days, Doug, but it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool, all the technology they have. Technology and stuff available at Design Air. They are the real deal. That's why we all do business with Seth and his team, and you can tell the difference when employees actually enjoy working for that company. There really is a difference. Find out for yourself all year round. If it's air conditioning, heating, when it goes wrong, goes bad, you need help, that's not something you can do a little Google, and Design Air has all the qualified folks to come in and get it done right. DesignAirService.com.
6,350 subscribers to the TMA STL YouTube channel. Doug, here we go.
Okay.
Here we go. 50 more between now and Friday at 11 o'clock. Can we do it? Open up the TMA STL YouTube channel and subscribe. And now you got this magic at all times. 308 friends are in there talking it over. And the Lake St. Louis Engineer says the Chiefs' elimination and Mahomes' injury has South County very prickly this morning. Is that correct? South County is on edge because of the Chiefs' elimination?
Can't be ruled out.
I found that I guess I root for the Chiefs. I know that Clark
Jackson had that ready.
He voted for the Rams to move, and then they immediately started marketing St. Louis to be Chiefs fans. It's been 10 years. I don't have enough hate in me to say I always hate the Chiefs now. I just don't. I guess I should.
I don't hate the Chiefs. I've made this very clear. I don't think you have to hate the Chiefs, but you don't have to root for them. That's my issue. People that say this is a Chiefs town.
Yeah, you deal with that in your job when you have people calling you.
But I know some people who love the Chiefs. I'm like, oh, good for you. And I have family members, and they've gone to school in Kansas City. And I think if you go to college over there, you get into the Chiefs. I totally get it. No
I don't
problem.
get why the fact that I don't pull for the Chiefs bothers people.
Correct.
But that's also kind of what just comes with doing this job. I also don't care about bowls. If Missouri beats Virginia, great. If they don't, it will impact me in no way. Actually supposed to be out that night, so I'm not even sure we'll watch the game, to be real honest with you. But just because...
is that the secret Vitale party?
Probably.
Yeah.
Another black and white ball.
Yeah, another black and white ball. But if somebody gets into the bowl game, then great. What I don't like, to be crystal clear, is when a college coach, and this is not Drinkwitz specific, this is in general, will downplay it if they lose or celebrate it if they win. So it's more of a results-oriented how we will treat the bowl. And that is not, to me, an indication of success, because playing Virginia in September versus playing Virginia at this time of year, I think we would all agree, even those who love bowls, are two totally different things. And so that's where I'm coming from, to try to give a quick summation of where I am on the Kansas City Chiefs and on bowls. And
to each his own.
It essentially goes back to producer Joe. Some people like some things.
Some people like some things. So like, what if Drinkwitz said that if they lose a bowl game? Well, some people like some things and some people like other things.
Do you still watch the Rams?
I don't.
The Chiefs have won. The Rams and Stan Kroenke have won. Mm-hmm. We have the Battlehawks.
Right. Who are calling their fans, asking them when they can show up so that they can make their schedule.
Edition of the Battlehawks offseason. Why don't you tell me what game you'd like to go to? When would you like to play San Antonio? Are the Brahmas still in it, Doug?
I expect they are. Everyone's in it.
Okay, everyone's. But the Chiefs thing, if you're into it, it's been a fun team to root for. Mahomes, very likable. Kelsey annoys me because I know over there the media that covers the team, he's not available to talk, whether he catches a touchdown, drops a pass. Doug, you can catch him on his pod later in the week.
Oh.
That's why last week, even though he had a big drop or two, you found his thoughts on it later in the week on his pod. That's kind of
I didn't know that was the deal.
That's kind of the deal over there.
He's trying to make a buck off his thoughts.
I don't have time for you. Like Mahomes seems to be the real deal, and everybody that deals with him enjoys dealing with him. So I root for him to play well. He's fun to root for. I just think there are some Chiefs fans in this town who will almost berate you if you're not on board, and that I don't get. I don't get.
I haven't experienced that at all, but again, I'm not running a sports department where people expect their team to
for
be
a couple of years, it was how come you're not showing the Chiefs game? Well, it's on CBS, so we have a pretty good out. We have a pretty good explanation. We get a lot of those hostile emails not showing the game. I'm like, and I've said it multiple times. If we could show the Chiefs every week, much like Channel 4 does when they have it, we would. It's good business. It gets big ratings. People love that team more than they're the most popular NFL team in St. Louis right now. There's no doubt in my mind in terms of the ratings. So, yes, folks, when we can show them, we do show them. But when we don't, it's because it's on another network.
Arbor Day has won Texter of the Year 2 straight years. I think it should be 3 straight. And he says, rooting for the Chiefs is like becoming best friends with the guy who is sleeping with your wife. We have zero pride as a region. I will hate the Hunts for life. That is from Arbor Day. And Jackson's getting a nod. And this Arbor Day and Jackson alliance is getting stronger by the second.
Yeah, I generally agree with that. I don't like submitting to the shield. The idea of
submitting to the shield. I like that.
Well, your team left, so I was like, well, I have to root for somebody. It's like, no, kick rocks. I would never root for the Chiefs ever. I would never root for a Kansas City team. I wouldn't root for a team outside of St. Louis that isn't the University of Missouri. So why would I start just because they're in Missouri? That to me is convenient bandwagoning, and I have no tolerance for that.
Bandwagoning. Big segment for papers.
I have zero tolerance for that.
But who else do you root for around here?
How about nobody? How about you accept that your team left?
How about you do a little sweetheart teaser at noon and then take that foundation and then do it at 3?
Gambling.
And then put Puka Nacua and Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jamison Williams in a daily fantasy lineup, and now you're invested. And the next thing you know, you're pulling for the Rams to win, not because you care about Stan Kroenke, because you're looking for sweet, sweet cash until Dan Campbell decides to run the ball in the second half. Why was he doing that?
I don't know. Was Goff hurt, maybe?
Oh, it was like 3rd and 9. No, it's handed off to Gibbs. That'll throw him off. God bless America. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy. I'm in deep. I'm in deep. Tim, you look hot today. Thanks. That's from Car Wash Dave.
Stop it, Dave.
Yes, I'm all bundled up.
Yeah.
Like in the Nook. Jackson is bringing it right now. That's from Newpole Eligible. Yeah. You got support from the South City Power Hoosier. Insert slow golf clap for Jackson and Arbor Day. How about that?
Do what you want. You can be a Chiefs fan. It doesn't bother me. But the idea of the explanation behind it, I find flimsy. But who am I to judge?
And for those who've done a deeper dive, there is a history there. The Hunt family has voted against NFL in St. Louis. There's Clark's father, Lamar. There's some examples. I think it was Big Red Football, which is the Twitter handle that loves the Big Red, that has pointed out a lot of the over the years moments where the Hunt family could have supported St. Louis having NFL and did not. So I think it's more than even just the Rams relocation. I'd like to get that full list for you. I'll have that, Tim, after onboarding.
Blues skated out with the Chiefs helmets. As it was had Mahomes and Kelsey over here for Stanley Cup game. And then the Blues, so it's like, oh, here's a business opportunity. And I understand that. Good business. I understand. Personally, I also don't really root against them. They've won. That's why I don't root against the Rams. They've won. Stan Kroenke has his own building. His franchise, I think, is only second in value in all of North American sports to the Cowboys or Yankees. It's one or the other. And he's got a Super Bowl, and hell, he might have another one here. Saw Devontae Adams got hurt there in the second half and is not sure he's going to be able to play on Thursday night against the Seahawks. But either way, they won.
In a big way.
Super Bowl.
They won in a big way.
Monster way.
Like we lost 30-0.
Yeah, exactly right. You're exactly right. So, but if people are still cheering against the Rams, God bless them. Again, to each their own. And if you are fired up from Missouri and Virginia, God bless you. I personally will not be, but I had my mood altered by the loss to Vanderbilt 2 months ago, So it depends on what your perspective is, which goes back to, Doug, the following. Some people like some things.
How about other people?
Other people like some other things?
Don't like things.
By the way, reporters did approach Kelsey on Sunday with the Mahomes news obviously being huge news. He said, sorry, guys, not the time. I'll catch you during the week. So I would say, oh, great. When should I catch you? And by that, do you mean listen to the pod?
I think they're, by league rules, supposed to be available to the media for a few minutes.
I think what I was told from folks over there that he just pays the fine.
Really?
We beat the Rams. Did everybody forget about the settlement money? I guess the Warren County Wizard is Bob Blitz.
Forgot that. We slayed him.
I didn't know that. I guess you can update that text name, Warren County Wizard Bob Blitz.
Yep.
Yeah, that we slayed the dragon. He slayed it.
Yeah, I'm sure
he's got $300 million.
Right.
They slayed the hell out of it. I'd slay dragons for that too. Don't mean I'm going to believe you.
I knew they'd settle that instead of taking it to court. I knew they would.
But did you think an NFL team was on the table, or you just wanted the full deposition? You wanted them to kind of squirm?
I wanted all that. I didn't really think we were going to get a team, but you knew for sure they weren't if they settled. That's the last thing the NFL would have done was grant us a team. I get that. But I just wanted to see Kroenke and Dimhoff on the witness stand somewhere and hear what they had to say.
Magical. Man, have you or your family seen a change and you're not quite yourself anymore, struggling to focus, no energy for the people you love? Put it this way, if your bedroom could talk, would it have anything to brag about? Whether it's low energy, weight gain, or just the feeling that something's off, Mentality can help. So stop being tired of being tired, get back to the guy you used to be, and check out MentalityHealth.com. Visit MentalityHealth.com and be the guy you used to be. Stop being tired of being tired. Check out Mentality at MentalityHealth.com. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brian Krupp on 101 ESPN. Hey, Missouri, if you haven't heard by now, FanDuel Sportsbook is live in the Show Me State, and they're kicking things off with an offer that is tough to beat right now. New customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets, win or lose. Whether it's football, basketball, hockey, or more, you can bet it all on an app that's safe, secure, and super easy to use. So download FanDuel today or head to FanDuel.com/Missouri. And join the excitement because, Missouri, it's time to play your game with FanDuel. And now it is our pleasure to hear from Jackson Burkett with his play for this evening. Little Jackie Papers, the floor is yours.
FanDuel, always doing the best work there with a 100% profit boost for the Dolphins and Steelers game tonight, Monday Night Football. Want to use that? How about having a little fun with an anytime touchdown score prop play? Jalen Waddle. How about Jalen Waddle getting into the end zone? That's going to be plus 420 with that 100% profit boost. So that's the play I've loved tonight.
Jalen Waddle's getting into the end zone, according to Jackie Papers. Download FanDuel today or head to FanDuel.com/Missouri and join the excitement because, Missouri, it's time to play your game with FanDuel. Must be 21 or older and present in Missouri. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now throwable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. think this might be the jam. Jackson probably went to a mixer where this was played.
Didn't go to many mixers.
Sock hops?
No, a lot of bar and bat mitzvahs.
No?
Yeah. Happy night one of Hanukkah last night to all those out there.
Happy Hanukkah.
You do any square dancing at barn raisings?
Not barn raises?
Barn raisings.
An extra in witness?
Yeah, is that
was it Kelly McGillis?
That's where the farmers
Was
get
she
together.
topless for any reason?
I don't. Well, to try to sell tickets.
Okay.
Was she in Top Gun?
Yeah. Topless in Witness, but it didn't seem like it was really related to the plot.
Was she getting intimate with Harrison Ford?
I don't remember the scene.
I think he just showed up in the house and she was topless.
And
I'm going to call that gratuitous nudity, and I'm going to have to explain that to my kids.
She probably agreed. She said, no, I'm not going to do it. And they said, well, there'll be another 100,000 in for you. She said, done.
You think that's what Margot Robbie did in The Wolf of Wall Street?
I don't remember the scene, but sure, probably.
I'll never forget it.
And what did you go to? Debutante balls?
What was that, Martin?
Jackson, do your Margot Robbie Duchess impression.
I don't know. I got to make sure I can pick a line.
This guy can do a great Margot Robbie, Martin.
Really?
She has a very thick ace. The Skyla. This is how she talks. It's really
She's
heavy.
from Australia.
All right, let's hear. This is Jackson Burkett with
No,
a
I
Margot Robbie.
I don't like that. This isn't like a thing I do. But there are some lines where
Martin,
she said,
we call for Don Imus, you deliver. We call for Tony La Russa, you deliver. We want to hear Jackson's Margot Robbie, and the guy bails on us.
Seems like a kind of punk move. You guys want something? Just don't deliver. Can't count on you.
she's just the way she says Skyla. The daughter's name is Skyla. And she said she's going to be wearing very short skirts.
Not so hard, dumbass.
You're always impersonating men. You never have to do. We never ask you to do like Linda Ronstadt.
Linda Ronstadt. She's a real delight. She feels like she would have been at an ARF event for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, she could do acoustic set. It's just unbelievable. Why would I do an imitation?
Why? I know.
Well, you're the movie boy.
I know, and I can't do it. A lot of the lines are very vulgar. A lot of the lines are extremely vulgar, and I'd love to do those, and those I can do. But
Save
then
it for
I
the
get
pod.
kicked off the radio.
Something's wrong with your guy's app. There's a pale twink boy impersonating a woman from Jersey on the show. That's from Steven Time. I believe she was from Brooklyn, was she not?
I don't know where she was from.
Duchess of Bay Ridge, Brooklyn. Yeah.
Yeah, and I believe it was an unfortunate, and I want to make this clear, somebody married to an Italian-American, an unfortunate Italian-American slur. Gulch is where she said she was from.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. That's an unfortunate Italian-American slur.
And she was drinking red wine with a straw, which is something that Doug
That's old
did.
money there.
What did that
Doug did
sound
when
like?
when Doug and I did in Florida. Doug had some cab salve with
Doug,
straw.
is Margot Robbie's Harley Quinn the same accent she is using in Wolf of Wall Street? That's from the Amateur Proctologist.
I don't
very
know.
similar. It's a very similar accent. Good call by that person.
Jackson is on a roll today. That's some well endowed. I agree. I think it all started with the stink bug on your keyboard.
Yeah, it was a hot start. I wanted people to be known. Like if that wasn't told by Martin and Tim that was a stink bug, I would have smashed it into smithereens.
And then the studio would have been foul. And Jamie Rivers would have won a piece of you.
Foul, and that would have been bad. If it was just like a normal other kind of bug. Just
How bad can one tiny little bug smell?
I don't know.
Brutal.
I've never dealt with this
I
before.
feel like I've squished them before, and it wasn't an issue.
Sometimes it'll happen, sometimes it won't. And I've been on the receiving end in my vehicle, and I had to get it fumigated.
Okay, so
Brutal.
that's the answer. So
Brutal.
I wasn't going to do that.
And it is a smell unlike any other.
Yeah, if I
It is
that Jim
stout.
Nance?
It is a smell unlike any other. Welcome to this month's Girl Next Door competition.
Oh, hello, insects.
Jim Nance sent to St. Louis. Call an outdoor event. To smell like no other. Welcome to the league. Oh, did you do the Polar Express?
Yeah, my mother-in-law
buried the
yesterday
lead.
asked about those. She goes, "Oh, you're gonna have some explaining to do on the show." And my mother-in-law, loyal listener, God bless her. And so Saturday, I said, "Okay, so what time are we going to the pool?" You hear the enthusiasm in my voice. My wife goes, "Did you not read the email?" I go, "Listen, woman, I don't know if you know this, but I'm a big star in St. Louis
Big
sports
deal.
talk radio.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of like A-list. So when you send me texts and emails while we're doing this show, you have to understand this show requires my full attention.
Yeah.
And I guess she was saying that the Saturday Night Polar Express was sold out, so we would have to look for another date. And so we did not go on Saturday, but we went to the Billiken game and went to Pappy's beforehand, got some of those ribbies.
Okay, don't make that sound.
Sound like an animal tagging the trough.
And then went to the Billiken game where apparently a caller saw me and Doug on TV together, but we weren't sitting together.
No.
So there was a shot of you during a commercial break or something, perhaps.
Apparently so. But Troy Robertson, friend of the program, attacker of my height, and he will deal with litigation for that, and Tom Ackerman were on the call on television. Doug and I were not there, but Nick Vaughn, Doug's son, had the putt across the floor.
Missed it.
And you were mad.
He walked home.
He walked
It
home.
was cold, but don't miss that putt.
I can't miss that putt in that spot. And the Billikens beat the Dons after they were trailing a little late in the first half, but were able to come back and put it on them. Here's a friend of the program, occasional co-host Josh Schertz on the win.
Okay, hit the lever now, Pale.
You know, a good crowd is, you know, I've said that before, is the wind at your back. You know, if you're a team, you know, they can really put the wind at your back when they're loud and into the game. And I thought they were the wind at our back today. I don't think we win that game without our crowd. I thought the crowd was really good. So I want to thank those that came, and not just coming, but the cheering and the energy they brought and enthusiasm. So start there. You know, I told the team before the game, you know, when you play games like this and you play really good teams, when you clear, you know, when you find a way to compete together and clear an obstacle, it builds confidence. When you know, when you play really good teams and you come up short, I think it can build, you know, resilience. And I thought we built some confidence today. We added to our toolbox. Thought the five guard group did a really good job of changing the complexion of the game, you know, in the first half, and certainly in our big runs in the second half and down the stretch. So it was a team win. Certainly hate that it was at the expense of you know, Paul, Robbie, and Trey, but you know, I thought the guys that were in there gave us best chance to win, and those guys did a great job again to go to the finish line. And nobody's having a locker room than Robbie and Trey and Paul. So credit to who they are and you know, the kind of teammates and human beings there.
Oh, nice swish.
Swish. Billikens now 9-1. Up next is Bethune-Cookman.
Oh, Missouri's rival.
Wednesday, yeah. Then New Hampshire.
Nice.
Then Principia. So you would think that's be 12-1 before they start playing the A-10.
You'd like to think so.
Yeah.
The Dons beat Mississippi State then a couple days before, but Mississippi State and Mississippi State of last year, I guess, huh, Papers? That's what I was thinking about texting you during the game, because when they were beating SLU, I'm like, the Dons aren't supposed to be very good. They were 11.5-point dogs. And then I went and looked at their schedule. I'm like, oh, they beat Mississippi State in Starkville. But Mississippi State last year, which I think got to top 5 in the country at one point, I guess they've fallen off. Am I right on that, Papers?
I don't believe that they were that good, Mississippi State.
All I know is Missouri beat the hell out of them. It was like one of their signature wins on the road, along with the win at Florida.
They were better, but yeah, that was a game where Caleb Grill could not miss.
Yeah.
That was
logo time.
That was awesome. But yeah, they were much better last year. They have losses to Kansas State, New Mexico, the Dons, SMU, and Iowa State already this year.
I can't imagine how hyped the team must get knowing they're playing in front of somebody like Tim. MD 2020.
Did Guy Phillips announce it?
Guy Phillips isn't the announcer. At least he wasn't.
Is that new?
There's a different gentleman on the, because because you had brought him up, I specifically looked and it was not Guy Phillips.
It was not. But Bob Ramsey and Earl Austin Jr. are still there calling it, as always.
You better believe it.
It's a fun atmosphere.
It is.
If you haven't
and
been to a Billiken game, you ought to
good.
check it out. It's a fun atmosphere.
I'm telling you.
Now, was the dish there? Or was he en route back from
He was there,
Final
yeah.
Four? Okay.
He was definitely there, yeah.
We got a New Year's Eve game at 3 p.m. I could see that being somewhere where I am, because that's the conference opener. St. Joseph's, Doug. And then my kids would get a chance to see that mascot who was not allowed to stop flapping his wings.
Yes.
I did not see the Billiken mascot on Saturday.
My 3-year-old was looking for the Billiken mascot, and I said, I don't think he's here tonight. Maybe he stayed back in Carolina.
Or maybe it was his Christmas break and he got the hell out of St. Louis.
What are you trying to say?
He's probably a student who said, I can't make that one. You'd think they'd put the darn thing on someone else's head, wouldn't you?
Would you do it?
Sure. Well, not now, but I would have in my college days. I think probably a lot of people would like the fact that they could act goofy and no one would know who they were.
Right, that's the upside. You can do whatever you want.
Mm-hmm.
Guy Phillips is busy with a reboot of DB's Delight. That's from Manupal Eligible. Oh, nice. I'd watch that. Mark, you ever watch DB's Delight as a young tyke?
We went to it as a class. I think 6th or 7th grade. A little game show for the
Tykes.
grade school kids.
That was a KMOV vehicle, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I was in Doug's building.
Oh, were you?
I was looking for it.
I was probably there. This is what, the 40s when you were growing up?
This would have been about 1979, 1980.
Is that right? Really?
And it was Bobby Day might have been the host. He was a DJ in town. I don't think Guy was the host when I was there.
I get tired of Doug dissing St. Louis. He needs to remember who's paying his bills around here. That's from Fat Dog Boy.
Fat Dog Boy?
If you're not in St. Louis, congratulations.
Thanks, Joe. Thanks. Why don't you move to Cooperstown?
Yeah.
Fat, and boy is spelled B-O-I?
Yeah, that's correct.
What's the significance of that?
Fat Dog Boy, call in. We'll move you to the front of the line.
Okay.
314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson phone lines. Or you can email in your grievances with Doug dissing St. Louis to the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Martin, onboarding is approaching. I know Monday it's always tough because it's a weekend review. And you guys
a lot of end of the year stuff, too. We do a little bit of video reviews, and some of it is, corporate, Doug, how to behave in the workplace.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of times they use you as an example of what not to do.
Sure.
It's kind of awkward.
Barton headed to onboarding. Chairman Kurtz slides into the dais. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming up. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA, presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
If you're at the Village Bar this weekend, hopefully on Saturday you stop by the tasting room that's open for folks who want to experience 1879 Distilling, the tasting room right there on the east end of the building. It's connected to Village Bar, and the barn out back is the home to 1879 Distilling. That's where they make Red Barn vodka, 1879 rye, 1879 bourbon. These are award-winning premium brand small batch liquors that you can sample Saturdays in December. The tasting room is open. It's also a gift shop of sorts for the Village Bar in 1879. You can meet the folks who do the work and back and get a little tour as well. All of that noon to 5 on Saturdays during the month of December. You head to Village Bar for the cheeseburgers, the waffle fries. Great place to hang out, watch the game, visit with friends. Well, keep in mind, it's also the home to 1879 Distilling. Great website that tells the whole story, the history, why they started this in the first place, and now the awards they are winning. People are starting to hear about it and ask for it around town at a restaurant, country club, whatever it is. Hey, you guys carry 1879 products. The website, again, 1879 Distilling. Stop by on Saturdays, noon to 5. The tasting room is open this month. It's 1879 Distilling, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, this is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. An overtime victory for the Charlotte Hornets over the Cleveland Cavaliers, 119-111. Con Knippel keeps lighting it up, rookie with 29 points. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn. And look, Doug, it's James Carlton.
I saw him sitting over there. Hello, James.
Well, good morning, everyone. How are we doing?
I am wonderful. How are you, though?
I am
like
doing
your
well.
hat. You're fired up.
Yes,
what are you fired
always
up for?
fired
the
up.
Sloan-Cookman win or the Virginia Gator Bowl?
Oh, God. Tied for first on that one. I'm fired up for KG. He's heading down to Norman this week to go see Norman take on the Crimson Tide.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that sounds like a great atmosphere.
Is that right?
to be
Who are
at.
you going with there, Chairman?
Right now, it's just another solo journey, but I'll be recruiting.
You be recruiting.
Like ladies?
I started with James, but if he says no, then I'm moving on to the ladies.
Gosh.
Your family isn't good with you just taking off for the weekend to go see a team you don't care about?
I haven't presented it yet, but
Hello, Vivian.
I still need to figure out this whole gift. You've admitted, gift giving isn't your strength, although you had the one. You had your one moment of glory.
That's correct.
With the video.
Yeah, that's correct.
And I'm still struggling. So if texters have any, gift ideas for children, spouses, parents, I'll take any and all. I
There you go. That's good. That's a good idea there, James.
And I struggle with the clients as well, like what to give them.
You gave us a wonderful apple pie for Thanksgiving.
There you go.
And we
Yes.
ate it while watching Planes, Trains, and Automobiles the night before Thanksgiving.
How lovely is that?
You give all your clients a gift?
No, not all of our clients.
Uh-oh, I guess I
of
didn't turn
course,
down.
Tim makes the list.
Oh, gosh.
I had a client that sent us one of these real wreaths, that are like from some farm that smell just wonderful. And I thought that was a great gift. It's unique. I'm out there like giving a bottle of wine, which half the people don't want, and it's going to go on some shelf. All right, so Tim's getting some wine as well.
Get an apple pie, Doug. Come on over.
But yeah, so I'm struggling on the gift giving thing per usual. I got the 10th year anniversary this year too, so I got some things to do. Doug, you were talking about eggnog last week.
Yeah, I don't care for it.
You know what? I don't like the texture, but I love the flavor. Does that make any sense?
So do you drink it often?
No, there's eggnog syrup.
Oh,
So put a little
God.
splash
I
in your
was not aware of
coffee.
that.
Yes, eggnog syrup. Put a little splash in your coffee. You can put it in a cocktail if you want it. And now you have the flavor without, the heavy, whatever the hell's in there.
Well, I don't drink coffee or cocktails.
Well, God bless America, Doug. What do you drink? We're diet about
Dude,
you gave that
Scotch
up.
Guys, single malt, not because it's trendy, but because it works.
Yeah,
But 30 minutes ago, you guys were chatting about iced tea.
Yeah, I drink a lot of iced tea.
What's the right what's the right percentage of lemonade?
You try to lower that lemonade because it's high in sugar and it's fattening. So I'd say about 75-25 if you can get away with that.
I think that's the right call. I went to Chick-fil-A last week, and I always ask for unsweet tea. They must have misheard me. I
you
took
got
a
the sweet
swig
version?
of that sweet tea.
You didn't know it hit you.
God, it's horrible.
Wow.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Wow. That's like, in college, Jackson, if you're waking up and you're not feeling great and you take a swig of something you thought was water.
Brutal. One of the worst spots you can ever be in.
Oh, wow.
Does Movie Boy have top 5 Christmas movies? I'm looking for some ideas there, too.
We'll be doing some, for the one.
Or what's the best movie of 2025 so far? You mentioned it. I just can't remember the title.
One Battle After Another.
Thank you. That's what I have to watch.
It's my favorite.
What's that about?
Revolutionaries, and they kind of have to get their daughter back after 15
Revolutionary
years.
War?
No.
Ben Franklin's daughter.
Modern revolutionaries.
What are they revolting against?
The system.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Yeah, I have to think you would not be a fan.
I wouldn't think so. No.
Guys, Sibians make a great gift.
Okay.
That's from Marcia's burner.
Get ads for that in my Facebook feed now.
Get the wife a chair for the corner of the bedroom. That's from the
Oh, no. Cup chair.
Yeah, I guess it's tough to wrap that up, but yeah, that'd be a great gift. Let's see. I just signed on with James, and we're beyond happy with how much we'll be saving on our new home and auto, but I still would like an apple pie, too. I heard you out. I heard you out. I didn't mean to. If you want to make the switch to James Carlton, carltoninsurance.net, or call 314-961-4800. I've been a client for 6 years, and James, the auto rates all-time lows in your career anyway.
Absolutely. And I want to reiterate, because we have a lot of TMA. We've been with you guys since 2017, so we have a lot of TMA listeners that support us as well. And I just want to reiterate, for the majority of those renewals, you should see meaningful reductions there. So it happens when the policy renews or when you sign up, when the effective date is.
And what's behind that? What's behind the lower rates now? Fewer accidents?
They have a new pricing model, fewer accidents, I'm sure, bakes into it, more sophisticated models with AI. Who knows? We're all independent contractors. I don't actually work for State Farm. I have a license to market and service their products. And so they don't share that with me, Doug, believe it or not. They don't give me the inside baseball and all that, but we're grateful for it. And I'm telling you, if you check out carltoninsurance.net, I mean, just a few moments, you could find meaningful savings. And if you still have a payment due this month for insurance, that could really make Christmas a little easier for you.
Yeah, that's a nice play. That's a good idea. 314-961-4800. And I have been a client for 6 years now. Carlos Spicy Wiener is. Jamie Rivers is.
Oh, gosh, I don't know his government name. Carlos Spicy Wiener, thank you so much. That's a legend.
Yeah,
wow.
How about that?
Okay.
He's just not happy about the pie situation.
He's like at least a piece, if not the whole
Just
pie.
a
Give him a piece
slice,
of
maybe.
pie.
Hey, guys, which teenager is KG angling to get a picture with for his big Norman trip? That's from Big Tough. Chairman, is there somebody like you want a Ty Simpson picture?
No, I don't.
Brian Williams?
This is just for. This is. I don't know if it's business or pleasure. It's one or the other. But no, I won't be pursuing any teens on this one.
No. Well, that's good to hear. Thanks.
Well, everybody talks about how great these games on campuses are. Finally, you know, we've never had that, and he's experienced now. This will be his second. He went to Ohio State last year that hosted Tennessee, so that's a really neat experience.
Did you go solo on that?
Yeah, that was my maiden voyage last year. Went alone, and I want to go to Oregon, and the tickets are the cheapest for that one. But when you factor in the flight, that becomes an issue. The Oxford ticket is a little more expensive, but I'm not bullish on that particular game.
17.5 is the spread on that one. 21.5 is the spread on Oregon. Jimmy Madison going up against the Packers and Bears and Eagles and Commanders. The NFL said, we take no mercy on your soul. Here's what we're giving you.
Well, you can't blame the NFL because college football changes their format about every 2 years.
Totally get it. I'm not blaming the NFL. I'm just saying the NFL clearly ain't scared, and they're not going to cede the market because there's plenty of times over the course of a football season where you go, oh, that's not a great matchup. And keep in mind, the Commanders were scheduled with Jaden Daniels and a playoff team before they fell apart this year. Were they 4-10? But then you got the defending Super Bowl champions, and then Bears-Packers. Anytime is a great one. So my point being, they didn't schedule like the Colts and, take your pick of what other rando, Texans, some kind of AFC South dandy. They went heavy hitters. And I think that sends a message. And so it was the college football playoffs response. They got 2 great games this weekend, and they avoided the NFL's time slots. I would be interested in like an Andrew Marchand column on that dynamic there, because the college football playoff goes, oh crap, we're gonna have to put the A&M Miami game, the best game they got, at 11 o'clock because of the NFL thing. Do you agree with that? You see what I'm saying? That they didn't put it at 7 o'clock. Yeah. They put the James Madison Oregon thing to go up against the NFL because they figure it's going to get terrible numbers.
You think that A&M Miami game will?
No. The James Madison Oregon game. Yeah. Unless James Madison goes
close. Yeah.
Who is that? UMBC that beat Virginia?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that kind of
Baltimore County.
Yeah. I guess I'll watch it. Yeah. I'm probably more apt, honestly, to watch the NFL game because I figure it's going to be, a blowout.
Bears-Packers is a good game.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bears back in first place. That's your team, right?
Closet Bears fan.
I kind of am too. Luther might be the steal of the draft.
They love him in Chicago.
They really do. They love him. He's the highest rated target on their team and also leads at yak per reception. So go LB3.
James and his crew are amazing. Highly recommend checking them out for home and auto. Go Christmas, go Hanukkah. That's from the Veiled Prophet. How about that?
Absolutely. Okay. Yes, happy holidays to all.
Season's greetings, Doug. That's what I say.
Well, thank you. Season's greetings to you all.
You got big plans? You going to Dallas?
No, I'm not.
Okay. I figure you like to go to warmer climates.
People are coming here. I would, but the family's coming here.
Well, very nice. We'll enjoy that. I'm just doing a little traveling out west to Kansas City for a couple days, but outside of that, I'm here the rest of the year.
God bless.
Huh.
Yeah.
All right.
Not going to Jacksonville.
I will not be going to Jacksonville. The last one I went to, I did go to the Cotton Bowl for Ohio State because, that was an all-timer. But I went to the one in Memphis against Oklahoma State.
I
God, that was a
don't even
mistake.
remember that.
That was a
that
mistake.
a Liberty Bowl?
Yes, it was the Liberty Bowl.
It gets boring real quick, doesn't it?
And now you're spending your evening. It was New Year's Eve in Memphis, which was lovely. But now I'm kind of out of the bowl. I would go to any CFP game Mizzou was in. At least I try my darndest.
I 100%.
Yeah.
Rose Bowl, fine.
Yeah,
I'm gonna unload
if
and
South
we'll fly
Bend,
out to LAX.
If South Bend was hosting Mizzou in their first CFP appearance, extra 5 years of work for my retirement forecast to go to that one.
God bless. I'm right there with you. That's James Carlton. He's online at carltoninsurance.net. Thank you, James.
Cheers.
There's James Carlton. We'll
Thank
take a
you,
break. Come back
James.
for more TMA 101 ESPN. If you have not seen the jewelry department at Decor Interiors and Jewelry, you're missing out on the most magnificent selections of diamond jewelry that St. Louis has ever seen. When Joe Fredlick and his buyers go to market, they look for the most unique pieces at affordable prices. I went in there 2 weeks ago and got a chance to meet Joe, talk with Joe and his staff. Super friendly and comfortable environment at Decor Jewelry. They are located at Olive and 141 or online at decor-jewelry.com. You will find incredible gifts in all price ranges. Pick from a huge selection of loose diamonds, and Decor will help you custom design the perfect setting that fits your budget if you are in the market for an engagement ring. It's Decor Jewelry, decor-jewelry.com. Really friendly place, comfortable place. Online at decor-jewelry.com or at Olive and 141. Decor, always unique, always affordable. Open Sundays through Christmas Eve, 11 to 5. What do we got going on here?
This is Lady Gaga.
She has a Christmas album?
Certainly.
Album, please.
A single.
Okay.
So good.
Really into it.
You suppose the people who wrote and performed the Christmas music make more money than all the other artists since it gets played at least one guaranteed month a year?
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
Well, you answered that in kind of a haughty way.
I think writing the music and then owning the masters for it is the way to make a lot of money.
Yeah.
Doug, the Heiser House hooligan is really going through it. Do you have the...
He's up against it?
The Air Comfort Service text inbox open.
Okay, I do now.
Can you see the number of times he's...
Yeah, I see 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 times he sent the same thing.
If I say James is my new insurance guy, will you read my text then? Throw a dog a freaking bone for the love of God.
Okay, he's close to being suspended for this.
And then he texted in multiple times, you can pay the text line fee so your friends will actually get their text read. I have sent 87 today and not one is...
Okay, that's enough.
You want
Due to his frustration, the Heiser House hooligan has been suspended. He's been suspended a period of 2 days' time. His name right now is going into the suspension log, and I am withholding his SNAP benefits.
Now, when you listen to shows that you hate, do you text in 87 times?
I generally just turn the station. I don't really have time to text in 7, 8 times to a show that I hate.
What about 87 times?
87 times? He's got 87
That's what he said. He goes, I have texted 87 times today and not a mention.
Oh, God.
Have you ever texted a show you liked either? You don't seem like a text into a show kind of guy.
I've never texted in any show or called in any show.
You never called Sports Open Line?
No.
Oh, no. We now have a front runner for the #1 sad of the year. That's from Big Tough. Yeah, I guess there are these conspiracy theories that go along with this program. And I think one is that people pay to get their texts read. If so, Doug and I have not seen the cash. Jackson, are you funneling money in to have people's texts read?
My advisors have told me that any terms like funneling, skimming, wetting my beak.
How about embezzling?
All those are unfriendly terms, and you'll be hearing from my people.
Could be a good revenue generator, though, if we got like $1 every time we read someone's text.
It'd be like Square, you know?
Like super chats.
That's not a bad idea.
Gabe does it.
87 times today. I can smell the unemployment from here. That's from the South Side hash slinging slasher. What a name.
Hey, I want to ask you a big favor. How about I come up to the station on Friday? Could I come up and meet you?
No,
that's out.
Sorry, but the #1 loser of the year is Harrison's brother Master. That's from Mr. Siders. Guys, that's like one text into the show every 2 minutes. Calm down, guy. It's from Mahomes Longbody. Heiser House hooligan, you wanted it, you got it.
Oh. Have you learned anything that I guess, sorry.
That was a breakdown. That was a complete breakdown.
Was
there a question in there?
Yeah,
or what the hell are we doing?
Sorry.
You can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. And now the Heiser House hooligan is responding to the texters attacking him. Big Tough can go back to watering his lawn outside today. I'm convinced I'm the only one with a job, and I don't know what that meant. That was a temperature insult?
It could well have been. Or employment insult.
And Arbor Day has just sent in a gif of Glenn Close saying to Michael Douglas, I'm not going to be ignored, Dan.
Oh, and she boiled a rabbit.
99.8% of the listeners to this program, Doug, just people who just enjoy the show or don't.
You'd think.
Like some of the people in the show.
Right.
But then there's this nip that you go, wow.
They need to understand that one comes in every few seconds. And if we read every text we get, that would be the entire 4-hour show.
Well, actions speak louder than words.
It would be the entire show. And we have so many important issues to get to.
Thank you for the delicious take. Arbor Day wears a size 6 shoe and has 16 throw pillows on his pull-out futon. That's from Heiser House Hooligan, and he is responding to the insults with insults
He sure
of
is.
his own.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you ever saw Jamie Foxx respond to the guy who was trying to roast him. I think it was at the Emmitt Smith roast, and it didn't go well for that poor gentleman. Jamie Foxx, he's done okay. That other gentleman, it didn't go quite well.
No.
And I would recommend perhaps to the Heiser House Hooligan to type that in YouTube and settle in and watch that, because that's kind of the direction that this is going. We'll take a break, come back with more TMA 101 ESPN. Celebrate St. Louis tradition at its finest with Ted Drew's frozen custard, serving the St. Louis community with unmatched quality service and hometown pride for generations. And if you are in the market for a Christmas tree, I would like to recommend Ted Drew's right there on Chippewa on the south side. And you think of it for the summer months and frozen custard, but don't forget about the holidays. You can choose from top quality pine and fir trees, including customer favorites like the Fraser fir and Scotch pine, all hand selected for freshness and fullness. And then Ted Drew's gives you this little recommendation for a perfect afternoon with the family. You can make Ted Drew's part of your family's holiday tradition. Pick out the perfect tree, enjoy Ted's delicious frozen custard, and soak in the spirit of the season. Ted Drew's, where tradition tastes great and the holidays feel right at home. Nice. Jackson, we intend to?
Yeah.
All right. Doug, you like this one?
Yeah, that's kind of nice. Kind of friendly.
Thought you might enjoy it. Chris Kerber joined Gabe DeArmond with us earlier in the program. You can podcast like the Dickens, courtesy of the Schaefer Door Company podcast. That is always available to you. Subscribe to the TMA podcast and subscribe to the TMA STL YouTube channel. We want to get to 6,400 subscribers on the channel this week. And as of 10:45 on December 15th, 2025, we're at 6,350. So let's get to another 50 subscribers by Friday at 11. I sat in front of Doug at SLU game Saturday. He is the man. That's from Jonah Rosen 2197. Did you talk to Jonah Rosen?
I don't believe so.
That could have been the guy that followed you into the bathroom.
I guess it could have been.
All right. Is he as attractive in person? That's from Jackson Stinkbuck.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
That's what's going on in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. We'll have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
TMA is sponsored by Stifel, a trusted name in finance and headquartered right here in downtown St. Louis since 1890. So what does Stifel do? Well, pretty much everything. Money-related, wealth management, check. Banking through Stifel Bank? Yep. You own a business? Well, they've got a full-service investment bank for that, too. Basically, if it involves finance, Stifel has a solution for you. With 12 offices across the St. Louis region and more than 400 nationwide, Stifel combines local experience with national reach. Unlike many firms, Stifel isn't bank-owned. They own their own bank. That independence allows them to focus on one thing, and that is doing what's best for their clients. It's a philosophy that has made Stifel one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world. Their tagline says it all, where success meets success, and that's why they are partnering with TMA. Just makes sense. Stifel and TMA, where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues and Predators tonight right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6, puck drop at 7. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
CMA 101 ESPN, and it's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. I don't like how Doug is always trying to get us to root for the Kansas Jayhawks and the Chiefs.
Kansas Jayhawks.
It makes me wish that the stink bug had gotten him.
Oh.
Or whichever is worse, ghosts or raccoons. And it's about time that someone brought up this hot topic to get 350,000 subscribers. Speaking of convenient bandwagoning, the Cardinals signed Dustin May, the redhead, which makes him a real candidate to make the opening day roster and also the number one starter for this team, who might as well spend spring training barbecuing with the Marlins. As we focus on having no payroll for the 2027 lockout season. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of the Pine Lawn Apple Cider Donut Kiosk.
Shooter McGavin.
Doug, not only did you say the Rams would settle, you also said the city would mess up the money and we would see no benefit. Well, Doug, right again, as none of the money has been spent. St. Louis has no problems to spend it on. Thanks. That's from Dan Bill.
Dan Bill. You see, the county's talking about using the Rams settlement money to pay their debt. They're like $80 million in debt. So they're going to use some of it for that. That's what they're talking about anyway.
Yeah, I think that was the design. So just use it as a slush fund.
Uh-huh. We can overspend in other areas and then fill it in with the Rams.
Is that a business model?
Appears to be what they're going to go with.
That's nice, man.
Mm-hmm.
That's like NBA Factory.
That's when you really got it going.
Well, the stink bug talk set the tone for the show. You all stink. John Cena and coin toss talk aside, the rest was hot garbage. Some Mondays you win, and some you should have hit snooze. Get that exterminator out there ASAP so we can focus on the college coaching rumor mill and papers soaking up that vitamin D due to a shady curtain situation. I guess a nasty sunburn is in his future, along with potential litigation against 101 for promoting a dangerous and unsafe work environment. I've started a new GoFundMe page to buy you douches a damn curtain for Jackie. Say it with me. Save the pail. Save the pail. That's from Bro Fallon. Pink and green loofahs only.
Bro Fallon. Pink and blue loofahs only.
Good morning, boys. Douglas, you, me, a YMCA steam room, and double-edged loofah buffing each other's bins.
Okay.
That's from Tanner's skid marks.
I don't even know what a bin is.
What's a double-edged loofah? It's a sphere.
Is it a sphere?
There's different kinds.
There's different kinds, though, right?
Well, I only buy the spherical ones.
You probably want a double-sided.
Mine looks like a pom-pom.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like the shakers that they have at Roll Tide games?
Yes, very similar.
He has a shaker.
Yeah.
These soy boys are too much for
Sorry,
me.
I get clean.
Okay.
Walking around here with a dirty ass.
Oh!
Now I got to explain that to my kids.
Yeah, you explain that loofahs are the way to go.
There he stood at the gates of the Flagler Credit Union gates, clutching a can of Bush's beans like a VIP pass, because nothing screams football tradition like legumes. Inside, he twirled a rally towel like a loofah smothered in liquid soap, basking in the glory of convenient bandwagoning. He didn't know the teams. He didn't care. Free football for beans. The bolt of lightning has struck. Until next time, that's from the TMA Troubadour.
TMA Troubadour.
TMA all day, brother.
Yes, sir.
Remember the era where either cell phone guy or boot guy had both hands on the wheel and zero interest in steering? Marv remembers. My favorite show during that special place and time, you ask? A full hour, 60 actual minutes of terrestrial radio, albeit AM and low signal strength, dedicated to patching two callers on air at the same time to debate whether professional wrestler Kane was dead, with a faint backdrop of competing game shows playing in the background. Not spiritually dead, literally dead. And for some reason, Kevin Miller beat the joke into submission via the fan page and held on to it like it was the last chopper out of Saigon. Any rational show ignores a strange inside joke with a party of one and it fades. The same way Iggy and Plowsy arguing with burner Twitter accounts only made those accounts stronger. But this show, 20 years of radio, 3 hosts, 4 producers, 1 merch operation warehoused in Pete's parents' formal dining room. They patched the callers through, leaned back and let 2 whack-pack wrestling hobbyists run AM radio for an hour without blinking. What a ride. That's from Marv. Hashtag Doug, he's casually seeking retirement. Sounds like
Marv.
the industry's gotten tough for him.
Casually seeking retirement.
And that's what we have for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. What you got?
I kind of like our old friend Dan Beal. I'm going to vote for Dan Beal.
Marv. I like Shooter McGavin.
I think I'm going Marv. Marv has won the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Congratulations to Marv. You're the big winner. BK and Ferrario are coming up next. Time for us to shut it down for Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Sullivan Vaughn. I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.